Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, I think all the board members, almost all the board members are here. I want to welcome all the institutions to our board meeting today. You're probably going to notice a couple of changes up here today. Number one, Brenda had a death in her family, and so she could not be with us. She's in Chicago, and we express our condolences to her family. And then you'll also notice that Chairman Shepard is not here today. He was in the middle of Hurricane Dolly for the last 2 days. And secondly, he's in the insurance business. So I've got a couple of panic calls that tell me one could not make it up, and secondly had no way to fly up here anyway. So he's asked me to stand in his place, which I'm delighted to do. Before we start the meeting, we always announce of course the meeting's been broadcast on the internet, so we're always aware of that. We've got a full agenda today, and before we start, I want to provide some introductions of a few people. And I'd like to introduce first Trey Lewis. Trey is our new student representative of the board, and Trey is the first student representative on the coordinating board. And as you know, he was appointed by the governor in June of this year as a result of Senate Bill 1007. And I will tell you, he is a non-voting representative, but I have been in 3 meetings with him already. And you would not know he is a non-voting representative. He is bringing a great perspective to this board. He is not timid. He speaks up. He understands. He brings a great perspective, and he is originally from our chairman is very proud. He originally comes from Harlingen, went to UT, graduated with several distinguished honors there. Now is at the University of Houston in his second year of law school, and I was asking him last night what he was going to do after that, and I'm not quite sure, but I think we're kind of hoping that he'd go back down to Harlingen and help us in that part of the state too. So, but I will tell you, Troy, we're delighted to have you. Trey, we're delighted to have you. And as I said yesterday, he was engaging, and what a breath of fresh air to have that type of student perspective. So, Trey, you have any comments you'd like to make?
It's just an honor to be appointed to this board and to work with such great people. I look forward to working with all the presidents and the chancellors of the various schools that fall under us. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. A couple other announcements. Under that same bill, we had the opportunity to name 3 other student representatives to advisory committees here at the coordinating board. And those 3 committees that we named them to were financial aid, undergraduate education, and also the Apply Texas advisory committees. We are fortunate to have 2 of those reps with us, and I guess Adriana and Kim, are you here? Would y'all walk up to the front real quick so we can recognize you? We're not going to ask you to make a big speech or anything. We had breakfast with them a little bit earlier, but I wanted everybody to recognize them. Adriana Garcia is from Laredo Community College and is helping us on the undergraduate education advisory committee. And then Kim Rahidi from Collin County Community College is working on financial aid. Melissa Rodriguez, who's with the University of Texas, who's working on Apply Texas, could not be with us today. But again, it brings great perspective. They attended advisory committees yesterday, I guess, worked on them. And we're just delighted to have you. So I would just ask all the chancellors and presidents and other representatives in the room to join me in welcoming these students to our board. Y'all have any comments you'd like to make?
It's just a great honor to be here with you guys and work with the undergraduate and Dr. Personal.
Great.
Likewise, it's such a pleasure to be here. I'm very excited to work with everyone and to provide some feedback to this committee and learn something myself.
We will look forward to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to just, I was asking if we had any new presidents in the room, and I know that I saw Steve Hensley in here, and I did not get to meet Dr. Rathburn, but is Dr. Rathburn, Texas A&M, Texas County here? welcome. We're so glad to have you here, and I'm from East Texas, so you've got a special place in my heart. And but I will tell you, Dr. Hensley has done a fantastic job up there. And matter of fact, the board was sent a note on him the other day, and he's done a fantastic job, and you will be leading on that effort in a great manner. So we're delighted to welcome you here. You bet. Are there any other new presidents that I've missed? Or are you just being timid? Or okay. I'd like to make. Did somebody else stand up? Frank? Frank?
I was introduced last time. This is actually my 4th day on the job.
Well, welcome, Dan. Okay, welcome. I'd also like to make one other announcement, and I'll tell you, I make this announcement with, I will tell you, a lot of pride and a lot of regret. And I hope all of y'all have had the chance to get to know Dominic Chavez, who we call him Dom, okay? And he served as Assistant Director for State Relations. And the reason I say we make this announcement with pride and regret is because he has been called up to reserve in the Army, and he will be departing on Monday. Where is Dom? He's hiding in the corner. Come up here for a minute, Dom. And I will tell you, I say with pride because I'm not quite sure. I've heard Afghanistan. I'm not quite sure where you're going, but we're going to miss Dom for many reasons. And I will tell you, about a day after he joined us during the 2007 session, we were getting briefs on the bills, continuous updates. I don't know how anybody can send that many emails in one day.
2 o'clock in the morning.
And usually, I wasn't reading them at 2, but usually it was 1:55 in the morning when Don would be sending them. But that is indicative of the kind of commitment he's made. I tell you, he was a tremendous asset to us. And Don, we're going to miss you. I know you're going to be gone for 15 months, I guess. I will tell you that you will go with all our prayers for your family. He's got 2 young kids, and so we want to keep you in our prayers. And I just want to tell him that we appreciate what you're doing for our country.
And we look forward to getting him back.
This is the family right here. He didn't know we had this. Probably didn't realize we stole it or something out of your office this morning.
Well, if my wife showed up and didn't see it, I'd be in a lot of trouble.
But those are 2 great kids, and I really mean sincerely, I hope that we will keep you in our prayers. And any comments you'd like to make about it?
Well, thank you. And I do want to dispel the rumor that I'm just doing this to get out of the session. Because if I was going to use this excuse, I'd wait till a really good session. But no, I appreciate that, and I do want to say I've been touched, and I know my wife's been touched, and my family's been touched by all the sentiment, all the I can't tell you how many phone numbers I've received saying call. That's been very touching, and I appreciate what the coordinating board, each of you, and working with y'all and the commissioner and all the staff here have just been so incredible before this. I mean, it's just been really, this is a great family. We're doing great things here, and I can't tell you how proud I am to work for this organization. And that's one of the things that saddened me the most is I was really looking forward to this next session, because I think we're about to do great things, and we have done great things. And so I appreciate that, and I appreciate all the outpouring of support. And I will try to keep emails flowing. I'll let you know how they do higher ed in Iraq or Afghanistan, wherever we end up. But I will stay in touch. I'll look forward to being back in 15 months for the 82nd session. And thank you so much for the support.
Thank you. The final announcement, and then we'll jump into the agenda, I'd like to announce is that, of course, I hate to say this, but when I heard Don was leaving, I said, I hate to see him leave, and I'm so moved by what he's doing. I said, my second question is, who's going to take his position? because it has been a critical position to us as we've gone through the session. So I'd like to make an announcement that today that Lizette Montiel is going to fill Don's position. Lizette, will you stand up? Lizette has filled the role, and I'm not quite sure what the official, but she is she's managed the board, okay, which I think is an extremely difficult task. And but she has really been our liaison back to the staff, back to the board. Anything we need, she has been a great communicator in terms of keeping us apprised of developments in the agency. And so she's going to do a great job. So Lizette, we're delighted to have you in that role, and we'll be interested to see who follows you in your role. So. Okay, now I'd like to jump into the agenda, and the first agenda item is the approval of the minutes from the April 24th board meeting, and each of the board members was provided with a copy of those minutes prior to this meeting. Can I have a motion for the approval of those minutes? Mr. Hinton, second by Ms. Bricker. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by the same sign. Thank you. The next is the consent calendar for the entire meeting, and as the board and other attendees know, the consent calendar helps us to hopefully cover non-controversial items in a somewhat more expeditious fashion in the board meeting. And I also want to point out our practice of putting most of the items involving the rules, which proposals and adoptions, on the consent calendar to try to do exactly that. You will notice today that a few of those rules are still on our agenda, and those are the ones that we think are important that the board have the opportunity to address today. But you've had the opportunity to look at those consent items. I'd like to ask the board if they have any that they'd like to bring off of consent. There's one that it's agenda item 4D, which is the report on financial aid for 2007. That's going to be in Ms. Bricker's report. That originally was on consent, and we would like to have that discussed in a little bit more detail, so that is one that we will bring off of consent. I'd like to make a motion we do that. Are there any other items the board members would like to add or delete from that list? If not, can I have a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of agenda item 4D? So moved. Mr. Wingo, second by Mr. Heldenfeld. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by the same sign. As you know, our first area we always have at the board meeting are our major policy discussions. And the first of these is agenda item 4A, which is an event we do every year, and that is looking at an update on where we are on closing the gaps. This is going to be somewhat of a different report this year, and the reason for that is we're at midterm for closing the gaps, and in terms of end of year 7. And so what we have asked Dr. Gardner to do today is to come up and provide us with two things. One is an update on where we are in closing the gaps as of the end of 2007, but secondly, to talk about the initiatives which have been put in place or initiatives which are being contemplated going into the future. Also, Susan Brown and Judy Loretta join you. Thank you. And the key for the board today is what I hope we can do is that this can serve as the foundation for us to come back in September to start talking about a midterm assessment of closing the gaps. And we've done this before, but really looking at where do we go from here and what is the gap to get to the end of 2015, and really making sure we clearly define those initiatives that we believe are importantly pursuing. So I don't see us doing that in that depth today. This is the foundational work, and also for us to have the opportunity to give suggestions to David and Susan and Judy. So with that, welcome.
Thank you. And I'm going to go through this very quickly. So as you know, and as your experiences, stop me whenever you'd like to ask questions. Otherwise, I'm going to breeze through as quickly as I can. Susan and Judy are here to answer any detailed questions you might have about some of these items. As we were preparing this, I realized that aside from us being at the midpoint in terms of closing gaps, it's almost exactly 10 years since the board decided they needed to develop this plan. And it was just a few months from now, 10 years ago, that the board appointed a committee to begin development of this and go forward. So the board's been at this for some time now. Just to give you a basic idea of what we're going to do, as Mr. Ryder said, this is a different kind of presentation. We've talked a lot in the past about our specific goals and targets. We've talked less about the strategies that are embedded in the plan, which the board selected to say these are some key elements we think we need to pursue as we go forward. And I think as you go through, you'll see that while we haven't talked about the strategies directly, you can see that they've guided much of the work the board's done, and that they really are reflected in this. And I suggest that one thing going forward you might want to think about is the strategies that are in the plan. If you wish to modify some, add some, go forward. We're also going to talk about a midpoint assessment of the targets, and we're just going to tell you where we stand in relation to those. So we don't have a data-filled presentation, as I'm somewhat prone to do. And finally, we're going to talk about some of the things that are already planned, that you've already talked about, which will help us achieve the goals by 2015, and also things that you'll want to think about as you go forward in your planning in terms of, do you want to continue some of those that you at least are anticipating now, or to add to or delete. So, of course, you all know that our basic goals are to have 630,000 more students by 2015. This is, of course, and both of these are goals that you have changed as we've gone forward to reflect changing demographics in the state. That started out at 500,000 students. You've increased it to 630,000. I think as you see our progress towards some of our goals and strategies later, one reason that we haven't gotten as close to the goals at this point as we might have is because the board was aggressive and increased the goals and targets to reflect reality. You could have made the decision to keep them where they were, and we would have achieved some of the goals, but we wouldn't be where we needed to be as a state. We also made the goal for success much more clear. Before it was a percent increase, and this really gives a specific target in terms of how many more degrees you'd like to have. Well, I'm sorry, I don't usually change these myself. You could say that perhaps that the most important strategy that the board adopted at the time, back in 2000, was to say that if we're going to have our students successful in college, we really need them to be better prepared. And the board, working with TEA, really made a bold statement and said every student going through high school should have to take the college prep curriculum. If they don't want to, they should have to work to get out of it. This has been in place for a while now, and as you know, that last fall, 98% of the students enrolling directly from high school in our universities had completed the recommended high school program. 80% of those who enrolled directly from community colleges had taken the college prep curriculum. Now, not all of them made it were A students, but they all were engaged in more challenging courses than they would have been before. And just recently, it was finally adopted that our universities need to require the college prep curriculum as the minimum for admission to college. So that was also embedded in the plan. So that has made an important difference, and will continue to. The commissioner shared this with you before. It shows that based on the diploma type the student receives, how likely they are to be ready for college based on THEA. You see that we still have students who complete the college prep curriculum that do require some developmental ed, but hopefully as we get our college readiness standards in place and we improve the preparation and the quality of our teachers, that will change. That really leads to the next overhead here, in which we believe that it's critical that we need to prepare better teachers. We have not done as much on this. We've recently hired a senior director for educator quality, Susan Barnes, who will make, we think, a big difference in working with the schools and TEA and schools of ed in improving this. But you may not remember that during this period, the board actually approved the process by which community colleges could offer alternative certification of teachers, and that has had an impact in providing teachers to our schools and increasing the supply of teachers. Recently, the commissioner brought back it's called the Teacher Quality Grants, a federally funded program that had been farmed out to the Dana Center, and those staff are in place at the coordinating board that just moved over this summer, and they're going to play a key role in working and continuing to improve the quality of our teachers in Texas and moving forward. Another aspect was creating an information campaign. Many of you, I don't know if any of you have been in a theater when at the preview, I haven't seen this for a while, but there would be a big pile of money, and it would say, essentially money's available for you to go to college. There's been a whole series of PSAs and other announcements over the years. I know we're beginning to think about how to approach this in the future, but there was an aggressive campaign in the early years that you would hear on the radio, on TV, and other spots. Probably the most important thing we've done is to create the statewide and regional P16 councils. Some of you know that we've had meetings all around the state. We've been in Houston, we've been in Bexar County, Weslaco, Laredo, El Paso, Lubbock, Dallas-Fort Worth, working with the P16 councils. I mean, this has been a process that's been building since the beginning of the plan, in which we've continued to work with the P16 councils, help to build them, and I think we're reaching a point where many of these groups are beginning to take off, really to take on a life of their own. There's been those I know has been active in creating the P16 council in Bexar County and Ms. Bricker in Houston, and these are really central to some of our efforts across the state. Yesterday, some of you heard about the college access grants. We're going to have a great deal of federal money flowing through those P16 councils, who will be working with our local colleges and universities and business groups, and we think that will be really a way to empower at the local level many of the things that everyone believes are so important. We've increased our supply of information across the state. We know, we talked at our last board meeting about the fact that still too many school districts don't use our data in the way that's useful. They'd like access to information. We have much of what they want, but we haven't done a very good job in getting the information to them. I know that Laura Weber and our group put together something for the legislature that's at least at the first pass at giving an overview of what we need. Susan and I are meeting with the Texas Association of School Boards, one of their representatives next week. They're talking about helping us provide a better flow of information to the schools. A lot of what we're doing in Texas is about using data to make good decisions. This board has not just come up with ideas. The board has looked at data. It's come up with ideas in relation to problems that's identified through your analysis, and I think that's one of the reasons we've been more successful than some states. I know some of us have been in other places recently. I was at a meeting for the U.S. Department of Ed in Chicago last week, and it kept coming up about how Texas has made a number of breakthroughs, but one of the reasons Texas has done that is because it really attends to its analysis. It's just not making up ideas. It's making up ideas in targeted kinds of ways. Yesterday you talked a great deal about financial aid. I don't think I need to say too much about this, other than you may not remember that when we created the Closing the Gaps and Texas Grants came about together. You know, we don't mention Texas Grants specifically in Closing the Gaps, but at the time we adopted Closing the Gaps, Texas Grants was an initiative of the board in terms of getting more money to students in the field. And so, you know, with the help of the legislature, Texas Grant came into being, TEOG, Be on Time, and so while we still need far more financial aid available to students, we have much more available than we did in 2000. You can see that you know, Texas is ranked now 6th nationally. It's up from 15th in 2000. As we sit here and talk about the money we have, it's hard to realize we had very little grant money available in 2000. in 1999. And so Texas has really been playing catch up, and the legislature has been aggressive in that, and I think the board has been responsible for pushing that to the extent that it has. We've talked about establishing incentives that increase affordability through academic and administrative efficiencies. This is one of the strategies we've sort of adjusted over time, trying to figure out really how to do that. I think our most recent focus can be the most successful, although I know a lot of guests today might have some trepidation, but the formula funding recommendations that you have in terms of really getting more students through courses, paying for completion of courses, paying for graduates, the discussions you've had about capital funding will help Texas be a better planned state, and I know that you'll want to continue to pursue those as you go forward. The focus on critical fields. At the time we developed the plan, we actually had a technology task force on the technology workforce, and we met all over the state and really got feedback from industry in terms of what fields were needed. Now, they of course talked about people in technology fields, but they also said that it was important to have more teachers. They said it was important to have people in allied health and nursing. Those are embedded in our plan. Those obviously continue to be in important areas. It's probably time for us to make the connection with the field again to review what the critical areas are in terms of graduates and make some decisions there. We have had some initiatives. The nursing shortage reduction program has been helpful. We have the engineering recruitment summer camps, which helps introduce people who might not otherwise consider engineering. We have our teacher quality grants and our T-STEM academies. One of the strategies was to carry out a legislative initiative that already existed, which was to use a uniform recruitment and retention strategy to help improve our efforts. We've not been as successful with this. Beginning last summer, the board focused on bringing more attention to the uniform recruitment and retention system, and the primary thing that you've done is to link it to the accountability system. The goals in that system are more directly connected now. We have Susan's staff working closely with Judy's staff, and frankly, that our staff itself could not spend enough time with that effort, and it's important to know that the staff's going to be using the URRS aggressively in the future to help us move forward and help the students be more successful. Again, there's a focus on rewarding increases in retention and graduation from high-quality programs. There's always the concern that we didn't want to just push students through programs, but the discussions about incentive performance funding and outputs reflects that, as does the formula funding that we've talked about. I think it's important to note at this point that all these people behind me and their colleagues at their institutions have had success in increasing the number of graduates. Our graduation rates have improved in Texas. We have a number of institutions that since we've put closing the gaps into place have as many as 1,000 more graduates now than they did a year annually than they did in 2000. That's not strictly the increase in enrollments. It's that they've at their own campuses put in good efforts to get more students through. But we're not nearly where we need to be yet. But I think it's important to note that when our board established this plan, they thought we needed to allow some leeway for institutions to figure out some good ways to do things. I think it's clear that we have institutions that have done that, and you'll hear from one institution following this discussion who's found some things to do. We talked a lot about seamless transitions. The whole concept of P to 16 is really the student, getting students through their educational experience in a smooth way, having a really vertical alignment. We continue to review the core curriculum. The commissioner has some ideas in terms of how he'd like to expand that further. Fields of study is essentially for 10 areas: engineering, nursing, some other things. It makes clear to community college students that these are the courses you have to take if you want to transfer to a university in that field and not lose hours. and we're continuing to work on the transfer issues. You heard a lot about that yesterday from Catherine Parsonow. Partnerships and collaborations. It was emphasized, this is different from a lot of the other strategies, but the board understood that people have to work together. Institutions have to work together, the schools, businesses, really to make this work. Again, the P216 councils are an aspect of that. We've been working to expand work study to provide students with meaningful work experience, working on better alignment between the academic programs and career technical programs. We've cited recently what appears to be a very good program in the Panhandle, which the Lubbock ISD, South Plains College, and Texas Tech have really seemed to have figured out the way to handle career tech, but also give students the opportunity to move forward. A student can take automotive mechanics, can leave high school and become a mechanic. They can go to South Plains and continue that and develop a higher level. But at some point, if they want to move on and get a mechanical engineering degree, they can move on to Texas Tech, and they won't really have to take additional courses. So it's a much more efficient system, and takes into account the concern of students wanting to go into the workplace. But the commissioner is concerned that you do that in an efficient way, that people don't have to go back and start over. So in terms of our targets, statewide, now one thing that's different here is we don't have, as you know, 2008 goals and targets specifically. We have targets for 2005, 10, and 15. So what staff has done is they've essentially done an extrapolation, a straight line extrapolation of trends, and also where we should be if we are to reach that 2010 target. So based on that analysis, you can see that in terms of statewide participation, we're somewhat below that target. We have slowed in terms of our increase in enrollments. For the first time, we're above our African American target in terms of participation. Later on, you'll see we've actually lagged behind in terms of success in terms of African Americans. We're well below the target in terms of Hispanic participation, and we're somewhat above the target in terms of white participation. Again, we're somewhat above our target in terms of overall degrees. I mentioned a second ago the African American targets. From the beginning, we were actually above our targets in terms of African Americans. One reason for that is we set the targets too low. The board has adjusted the targets, but we are continuing to do well in terms of the African American awards. So that's encouraging. We may want to examine that again to see if we need to increase them further. Technology awards, is mixed. We have actually had an increase in engineering. We've had a decrease, though, in computer science awards when you break that out. Our allied health and nursing awards are well above target. Now, what that means is we probably need to adjust that again. If I can remind you, we had the strange situation in which our target for nurses essentially was to not lose nurses at the time, because to get back to a reasonable level, because there was a decline. The supply of nurses was actually going down. So now we've actually begun to have an increase, but we know there's a shortage. We know that there's a large number of nurses that are going to be retiring in the next few years. So even though we've done well, we've done much better than we expected when the plan was established, we need to really keep up the current efforts and accelerate, I think. And you saw in your LAR yesterday one initiative to help make that happen. So some of the things that are planned, I'll just say briefly, we've talked a lot about the college readiness standards. There's a lot of work to do on that. You know that. You've talked about that. In some ways, the easiest part was adopting the standards now. The difficulty is getting out to the field and making sure that teachers, administrators, counselors understand them and know them. We need to make sure we have continued community support for implementing those standards. We need to work with our schools of education to be certain the people who leave our institutions understand the standards when they go to work in the schools. We're not just talking to teachers, we're talking to administrators, we're talking to counselors, and we're going to be doing, focusing most of our efforts in that regard in the next several years. You know that we've had a real concern with developmental education. There are students that are close to being prepared. We have some success with, but we have far too many students who never complete developmental education. I hope that many of them are better prepared than they would have been otherwise, but they're still not getting through the point where they can really succeed in college. We're losing most of them. So you know that the commissioner has proposed $30 million being trustee to the coordinating board. Will be a working session on July 31st, working with community college developmental stakeholders to help craft the plan to allocate those dollars. And in October, we're going to have developed by our Higher Education Policy Institute, a developmental education symposium. We're still inviting people to that, but it's going to be people not only from developmental ed, but learning theorists, people who work with adult basic ed, some people from industry, just to bring a different flavor to the table, but from all over the country to sit down and say, what can we really do to be more successful? Also bring in people who understand at-risk factors, and that some of these students, one of the reasons for their lack of success is not just the academics, but other factors that intervene, and we want to make sure that we look at a complete system to help that student be successful in college. Again, we're going to continue to work with P-16 councils. We're going to, some are just really getting started. Their organization is getting completed, but now they sort of need to learn on the things on which they need to focus. And I think we're going to have to learn more about that as we go along. We're going to have a summit for high schools later this summer with high schools that have less than 60% college going rate, to work with them and see what we can do to get more of them moving along. We're going to continue to promote the 4x4 high school curriculum. We're going to have regional transfer summits. There'll be a statewide summit on learning outcomes. I think some of you may not know that the Texas A&M system, the Texas State system, and the UT system worked with us to survey their institutions to see what they're currently doing in terms of learning outcomes. And the positive thing we've learned is that most of the institutions are doing something to measure learning outcomes, but the range is all over the place, and from course-based to the CLA, which looks at critical reasoning across whatever field you may be involved in. And a major tool that we'll have going forward is the federal money that comes through the college access grants. And we're fortunate that we were designated as the agency to work with these dollars, because much of what they're asking to be done fits the board's agenda very, very strongly. And I think it's going to provide the additional resources to local communities working through local organizations to really get these things done at the grassroots level. We know that we're going to be working to improve transfer rates from 2- to 4-year institutions. We know we need to look at the core curriculum and fields of study to make this more clear. We have some recent examples where we know students have completed programs and unexpectedly had many more hours that they needed once they transferred to a university to take an engineering than they anticipated. We need to work on that. We think that the transfers improved, but we have a long way to go still. And we're going to be working a great deal on outcomes-based funding. Okay, so I've gone through the participation and success. I don't know if you'd like to talk about any of that before I go into excellence in research strategies. I've just given you a lot of information very quickly.
Questions or comments? Ms. Phillips?
Chairman, thank you. I think it'd be a good idea for us to emphasize in our initiatives that we want to identify next steps and a path toward implementation, whether it's that path is toward policy or practice. Well, we usually do that, and I hope we can do that with, increased intensity and rigor since we're in our second phase.
Yeah, I think over the next year, there's going to be a great deal more information for the board to sort of process and react to as we get better evaluations from some of the HB1 initiatives. We're sending evaluation to some of the things outside the HB1 initiatives that would have been good that we had in place before, and in a continual mining of the data, we'll be able to help pinpoint, I think, for you some things, and you can have some better information to establish the policy direction you'd like, and then the information to follow up schools.
I'd like to comment that it seems to me that over the past several years, there has been a real shift in our mindset collectively of changing from a we-they to a kind of an us. It would have been really easy, I think, when we talked about higher education and trying to get students prepared and college ready, it would have been real easy to either blame others, blame our K-12 partners, but I think that instead, and of course with an extreme sensitivity to K-12, from where I'm coming from, I think that we've really made such an amazing collaborative partnership with our counterparts at TEA and in the P12 efforts to make it really, even in the way we express things and throughout your entire presentation. And I think that's really significant. I remember, 4 years ago when I first got on this board, there would be a conference of higher ed talking about K-12, and the higher ed would be there, but the K-12 wouldn't be necessarily. There's a real change in the way that we're doing things, and I really want to say that it starts with the commissioner and the way that you have engaged the K-12 in TEA and all of the school districts, and that's making a real difference. I can tell wherever I am in the state, in particular in Houston, hearing school districts talk about higher ed in a totally different way, and as they're adopting their college-bound culture in different school districts across the state, they're doing that with a different attitude of real, partnership. And I just want to say that, it's really thanks to the staff and in particular the commissioner.
David, I have a question, maybe a couple of them. You caught my attention early on when you made the comment about we have more aid available today than we had in 2000. Do you have any idea how much more aid we have available? That's one question that I would be interested in knowing the answer to. And the other has to do with the difficulty of students getting to that aid today versus 2000. With the environment that we're in today, economically and otherwise, is it more difficult, less difficult? And how do we make it less difficult for them to get to the aid? Part of the question. And then the next question has to do with the presentation that Carol made yesterday caught my attention as to how do we deal with independence where we have this aid, because it seems to me that the idea is to close the gaps for the state of Texas, not just doing it through the state university system, but through all of the colleges and universities, including the independents. And I'm not sure how we deal with that. Now, I'm probably catching you cold on this because this information is coming, questions are growing out of what I'm hearing described yesterday and today. But I think we need to address those issues rather directly if we can, sooner rather than later.
I think hopefully Lois is coming up to help on that. Let me address your second question, which is the access, which I think is a national issue. And in fact, when I was at Chicago with the Secretary of Ed's meeting, one issue that was discussed a great deal is how, number one, to make it clear to students that what money is available. Two, how to make it easier that they are continuing to hold out the promise that the FAFSA can be made easier, that really the only information that they believe, that the Department of Ed believes is needed, is what's on the easy income tax form, and that most of that's there. So they understand that. I know Lois and Arturo and this staff have been trying to think of ways to provide access in an easier way. We know when I mentioned that early ad which showed the pile of money, there was a focus groups that determined that most students in Texas and their parents knew that going to college was important, but they didn't think they could afford it. And so one basic issue is really helping students know that there, at least for some group of students, there is money available and how to get it and to what extent. I think Lois can talk about how much more money has been put in place.
Sure.
In 2000, there was about $70 million in financial aid statewide, and most of that was the tuition equalization grant. There were very small state programs for public institutions. As of this year, we've got about over $220 million in state aid. Actually, over $320 million. I'm sorry. So you can see that there's significant growth. It's amazing. And you asked about TEG and what part that that we need to keep investing in that program. And actually, that's grown from $65 million to $105 million. So that there has been growth in that program too.
And we will also have one of the items that we did pull off consent is going to be the whole report on financial aid, and we'll be able to provide detailed information to the board all about that. In that report too. Those good questions. So, Mr. Lincoln?
I have a question, David. I think when you talk, and being a marketer, when you talk about focus groups and insight and research, which I think are all critical components, I think the key thing is what have we done with the research to drill down to ensure that parents and students from the first two quintiles and maybe third really understand and have access, and teaching them how to gain availability to the funding. I think doing focus groups are wonderful. I think the key thing is what do we do with the insight that we gain from the focus groups, and how do we really chart a clear path towards increasing those numbers?
Well, one of the things that we're doing, and Judy Laredo is working on this, is we're going to work much more directly with counselors. We've been in contact with the Counselors Association here in Texas, and we are developing a very close relationship with them to make sure that we keep them fully informed about any changes we make in our financial aid strategy. We want to make sure that they understand exactly how much money is available for financial aid in Texas, what the different kinds of programs are. We found, for example, that a lot of financial aid counselors at both the higher education and the high school level don't understand a program like Be On Time well. And so we are going to work much more directly with the people who are responsible for giving advice to students. We're going to start in high schools, as I said. We have a draft of a letter that we're working on with the governor's office, which would be sent out over the governor's signature to all 8th graders in Texas, telling them about financial aid and the form they have to fill out. We've talking about doing research. We know from national data that if a youngster fills out a FAFSA, the financial aid application for federal aid, in the 8th grade, the likelihood of those kids going to college increases by 50%. So we are going to promote that idea. We are looking at ways of developing, of delivering information to students and families electronically. We've had an initiative that we've been looking at here within the coordinating board for some time. We're trying to make sure we can take that to development, and we're looking at other electronic means of developing information about financial aid. There's a lot of stuff that's going on nationally that we have to make sure that everybody is aware of, and that will be part of our working closely with financial aid advisors, both on our institutions of higher education and in high schools.
Well, I would like to follow up with
the last part of my question was how do we deal with the independence as it relates to all this? And I'm not real clear on how we do that. I know that some assistance goes to independence because we dealt with that last year, year before, in another situation. But this is what I'm trying to get to is the how-to of accomplishing closing the gaps. And that's an area that, to me, is very vague still as to how we deal with the independence. And I'm not sure what the rules are that apply, whether we're forbidden to give aid or we're limited in our ability to do it. But it seems to me that this group should understand how that works, because I think they can play a big role in helping us achieve those goals. And, you know, from my perspective, I don't care whether they go to a private school or a public school. The idea is to get them educated and get them into the system as contributors.
I think
I don't know whether that takes an act of the legislature or what.
Yeah, and I misunderstood your question. When you said independence, I thought you meant independent institutions, not students.
I'm talking about independent institutions.
You are? Okay.
Yeah, right. Just exactly. Like Carol was talking about yesterday, where she gave the list of all the institutions and so forth, and the ones that were Hispanic-oriented, and very good presentation, I thought, from my perspective. And it triggered the thought that that's an area that we don't seem to talk about much on the board.
And that's true, and I think Carol does a tremendous job of talking about it.
Got my attention.
Yes, she does.
And she really does. She's the advocate for those students, and she really does go out and make sure that they have adequate funding for financial aid.
Lois, remind members of the board again what percentage of eligible students at independent institutions we fund through TEG compared to the percentage of eligible students we fund at public institutions through Texas Grant.
We fund about 70% of eligible students attending independent institutions with TEG. With Texas Grant, we're funding about 50% of those at publics. So the state is doing a good job of taking care of those students. There's, the recognition that when those students go to a independent institution, those are funds that the state doesn't have to spend on formula funding.
And one other part of the equation is remember that we have about 110,000 students in the independent institutions and well over 1 million in our public colleges and universities. So part of it's a matter of magnitude and where the students are. And I haven't talked with Carol about this recently, but in past years, we have talked about the capacity of the private institutions and to what extent they could handle more students. And there is some limitation to how many possible enrollment increases at our independent institutions in Texas, which is also a factor.
What we've been focusing on, I would make the argument that one of the reasons, Joe, that you haven't heard as much about independent colleges is because this board has made a decision that one of the things we would like to do is try to bring in the level of funding that we have for public institutions into equilibrium with what we provide for students in independent institutions, and you have that 70-50% gap. But our policy or our position from the very beginning has been that we need every educational resource in the state to achieve our goals. Right. We're starting to work more closely with the for-profit institutions, DeVry, some of the other institutions. We've simplified our rules so that for-profit institutions can establish operations in Texas more easily. Once again, as we're doing for public institutions, we're placing less emphasis on inputs and more on outputs. We're going to make it easier for for-profit institutions to set up business, but we're going to focus on how well they do in producing graduates and certified people. We are going to collect more data from the independents and from the for-profits so that we have a full understanding of what these institutions are doing in terms of helping us achieve the goals of closing the gaps.
Well, I think that's great. I just think that we also need to keep our eye on that ball.
Absolutely. I think, in a way, that this reflects part of what Ms. Bricker was talking about earlier in terms of we're working with the public schools differently. Well, also, we've always, I think, worked well with independent institutions, but I think we're continuing to evolve in how we work with them. We're clearly working with the for-profits in a different way than we have in the past, and I think everyone's working together. You know, there's organizations like THECB have been actually enthusiastic about providing us with
University of Phoenix.
and University of Phoenix about providing us with student unit records so we can add them to our ability to understand whether students from high schools are continuing on and succeeding. In turn, we'll be able to provide them with better information in terms of whether, if they've lost students, if they've decided to move from DeVry to a public institution and that in fact graduated from there. So we're going to get more and more information. We're being, I think, and it reflects the time the board and institutions have spent in really understanding the issue and also understanding that the way students pursue education is somewhat different now than it was even 10 years ago. So we're moving forward, and I think 6 or 7 years from now, if we're all here, and we'll even be talking about some different things we've learned and some things that then we take for granted that would be surprised now that we could do it. I think it's because people are stepping up and realizing it's really about the student.
David, I just point out, I know we're going to try to move on through, but it's, we also didn't talk about the correlation with community colleges, and we look at that relationship with the 50%, that's a 4% number on TELG for community colleges. So, and again, we'll get into that when we start talking about financially. That's even a bigger gap that we've got to address simultaneously, where we see a lot of that enrollment happening in terms of the new growth right now. So, other questions, Mr. Hill?
Yeah, David, what I would like to see in the next few months is, we've got 18 measurable targets or goals here to meet by 2015. 3 of them are described as well below target. I would like to see us really laser in on and focus on those goals like Hispanic participation that are below target, STEM degrees that are well below target, and do 3 things. One is that we've talked in the past, but I haven't heard any comments today about aligning the institution's goals with our goals. For example, one of the few areas where we're well above target, and not only above target, but the trend line is on an upward trend, is doctoral degrees. And yet, institutions' goals for doctoral degrees still exceed what we target as the needed goal by 2015. On the other hand, the target for Hispanic graduates and Hispanic participation, the accumulated institutional goals are below what we say is needed by 2015. So we need to align the institution's goals with our goals. We need to put the focus on, we need to take those numbers and break them down into shorter term growth goals to get us back on track. And then thirdly, I think we need specific action plans that take the strategies and ideas that I think will bear fruit, but put them into more incremental steps so that we can track this progress more closely and not be sitting here next summer saying, well, we're still well below the trend line. I'll give you another example. We're above the target on Anglo participation, but that line is doing this. At the point in time between 25 and 2010 when the target gets even steeper. So if we don't begin to take action, we're going to have more of these goals dipping below our targets.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
That's my main.
I'm anticipating that when the Strategic Planning Committee meets with other committees to look at this in more detail, that's something you would want from us, because I think we can do a great deal more. One area that we're working on that shows an example of how you can look at the data is that we have honed in on students, that have the state's at least paid for 100 semester credit hours more, and we can't find that they're graduating, and we're honing in on some ways we think we can actually help get them out the door. And they're not enrolled anywhere, and there are a number of things like that. We've staff, you haven't seen it yet, are looking at, been identifying high schools and beyond those are identified through HB 400, but schools that aren't sending as many students forward to college as they should, and so that they can provide information like that to P16 councils, and so they can begin to work on that. But we'll provide more information. I anticipate we'll provide you with data, and it will provoke more questions that you'll want to ask. But I think
I just wanted to add that in response to what you just stated, in August we are doing that specifically with high schools that are below that rate, giving them the data, connecting them with the P16 councils. That's what our conference is in August, so that we can get them to look at those numbers and create plans that will help them incrementally begin to decrease and raise that number of the college-going culture. We will be monitoring that with the councils throughout the year. So that is one of the major goals for August.
And related to this, one thing I hope we'll do better is that in the past we talked about identifying institutions that have seemed to have found a problem. Found the solution to a problem. I know you heard a report from our accountability groups who are working on success, and we think they're moving forward and identifying some solutions. You'll hear later from Dr. Cardenas, I think, about a couple of things they've identified that might be things that need to be carried over to other institutions. And so I think we need to also look to see where there are institutions that are being more successful than we might anticipate given their student makeup, to see is it something that's transferable to other schools. And I anticipate that when we share some of that information with you, you'll see some possibilities that as staff we might not have noted. So that's going to be an important discussion, much more detailed than we have today.
I think it's a great recommendation. I think what it does is it sets a framework for next steps. And I think that's what we need is that framework. And I think that's a great recommendation for it as to how we approach all four of the goals.
I just wanted to piggyback on that great Aggie's remarks. Truly, the trend lines are what are scary, and the below target areas are scary. I think one thing we have to keep in mind is, along with doing all of our P16 initiatives that we have to keep aggressively pursuing, our target audience is entering 6th graders right now, our 20 and 15 class. And what's going to happen after in 20 and 15? When are we going to set new goals for beyond 20 and 15? Because right now we're halfway there. We're going to depend on these kids for a while, so when are we going to go beyond 20 and 15? And then keep in mind that those kids are in elementary school. And take this message and touch these families very, very early on to let them know in elementary school that there's financial aid available, that college is for everybody, should they choose to do that, that all these steps are being taken to make sure that they are prepared to be successful. The whole community is rallying around them, and we need them, and we believe in them. So anything that we can do to keep going down that pipeline with this message is imperative for us to not only make the targets, as Fred has pointed out, but take us beyond 20 and 15. We have a captive audience. We know where they are. These little ones that are in the school system today. Having said that, the other issue that I'd like to explore a little bit, what strategies have you tried that have not worked? Because one of my concerns is that we keep trying the same things, and perhaps you're not, but we don't have visibility. We need to reinvent ourselves. We have a new audience every time, and here again, different messaging, and I can't even, Bob's the expert here, but I'll try to throw it out. Different messaging to the different audiences, whether you're in kindergarten, 1st grade, 8th grade. Obviously, we need to do something different at every level. So those are just a few points I wanted to make, Chairman, but I really think that 2015 is well upon us, and let's not forget that we've got many years after that to worry about this issue.
I think there's several good points there. 2015 is going to be here before we know it, and the need to have success with our students isn't going to end in 2015. I think it is important to note that one of the reasons for the evaluations that we're going aggressively after is to do just what you say, to make sure we don't continue things that don't work. there are a number of things that that the participation success area were doing that have been dropped because they didn't appear to be successful.
And I don't want to take the board's time this morning. I would ask Chairwoman Bricker if we could talk about that at our P&S committee meeting, just to make sure that we are being innovative, and then what are some short-term benchmarks that we can quickly evaluate and move on, so that we can try different strategies, different approaches. So,
virtually everything that we have benchmarks on is actually easier for us to get the data short-term than it is long-term. So we can facilitate that.
What are we doing to message to sixth graders in elementary schools? And I applaud what Ms. Bricker has already said with regards to our collective unity in the pipeline, P16, et cetera. We just need to keep it robust and alive.
Very good.
I guess this is more for David. David, does the redesign of our developmental education system, do we expect that to yield results with the success rates of African Americans and Hispanics?
If we redesign, and we plan on it, the whole point of redesign is to have success. I mean, we lose too many students that enroll in higher ed. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars, not just of state money, but of student money. And we need to, the intent is to have a much higher success rate. If we enroll students in higher education, we should have the resources and the systems in place to help them be successful at a higher level than we currently have. So that's the intent, and we have to again have the evaluations in place. We don't have sufficient resources to spend time on things that don't work, and so that will be going forward. We actually, one of the individuals we have involved in that process, Tom Bailey from Teachers College Columbia, is involved in helping us evaluate bridge programs in the summers. So he'll be working with us at this symposium in the fall, and he comes in with the notion that everything we do we need to evaluate and determine if it works. And
let's probably move on. Okay. Otherwise we will be here for 8 to 9.
Well, I will breeze through
we
these
like
last
to hear
ones.
this, and we want to keep going, but we still got 2 more goals to go.
You might be here as long as dinner was last night.
It was.
Well, I offered to do this at dinner last time. Okay. The board's actually spent less time talking about the last 2 goals in the past, but the 2 is really it led naturally from the first 2 is the board was appropriately concerned that you didn't want people to have enter college and graduate from college, but you wanted them to have access to good programs, very good programs. And so the idea was that we really needed to substantially increase the number of nationally recognized programs or services. And services was trying to make the point that you needed to have good student service systems in place. You needed to have good developmental ed programs in place. There are a whole range of things that make for a good college experience that we wanted to recognize. And in terms of research, that we wanted essentially to be competitive in terms of national research dollars. Now, the first strategy that the board had, and skip the head one, was to establish ladders of excellence for different types of institutions. Now, I ask that you not ask me what that means.
That's an image, we get it.
But the basic notion at the time was that we really need all of our institutions to be excellent, but it doesn't mean they all need to be excellent in the same kind of way, and that as we need diversity in students, we need a diversity in the types of institutions that are available to institutions. And as some of you are probably tired of hearing me say 90% of our students are undergraduates and 43% are freshmen, we need to remember them. And they don't all have the same needs. But part of this also had to do with the notion of did we need more national research universities? How would we get there? And I think that while we haven't been really successful in addressing that, I think the HCR 159 is going to help provide the means for that. I think you're definitely going to be engaged in that process. There was a hearing yesterday which discussed that very topic. So it's clear that there's an interest in expanding the number of national research institutions. There's also, the Commissioner has talked about creating regional research universities, and even changing, we talked about emerging research universities in our accountability system, talking about regional research universities. Just the difference in names, I think, was well received yesterday. But the idea is that we do need to make sure we have the type of education in place. We need to have access to excellent undergraduate education in all parts of Texas. But we have most of our work left to do in this area. One thing that we realized at the time that the board did this is the board tended to talk about problems. And schools that had problems, we rarely talked about good things, successes at institutions. And in fact, we didn't really have any resource in which we knew which institutions had programs that had been nationally recognized. And so we've actually developed an inventory of that. We haven't been prescriptive in terms of what institutions include, but we do have a much better understanding of the resources that are available at certain schools and where students might go. And in fact, this piece, when we're revising the College for All Texas site, will be used to help students identify schools in Texas. We said that we would identify peer institutions. That's been done through the accountability system, and we are comparing institutions to similar schools in other states in terms of resources, successes, efficiency in terms of administration, and that type of thing. Talked about having competitive grants for high-tech instructional programs. We haven't really pursued that directly. Our real success in this area has been successfully getting the legislature to understand that universities needed to be able to keep their overhead income. Prior to closing the gaps, the institutions only got to keep half their overhead income. The health science centers were able to keep all of theirs, but this has been, we estimate $230 to $290 million that institutions have been able to keep for their research enterprise that they hadn't had previously. Now, the plan talked about certain strategies for certain types of science endeavors. While they haven't come to be as originally envisioned, that other things have come into place that are similar in many ways. The Governor's Emerging Technology Fund, the Governor's Cancer Initiative, which is, when it comes to play, should make a significant difference in terms of Texas' ability to pursue cancer research. And then over time, I wish I could say we could take credit for this, but we talked about partnerships between institutions. Institutions have really, truly begun to work much more together in terms of research initiatives. We have a long list of initiatives between health science centers and other institutions that was prepared for the legislature that emphasizes that. But there is a great deal more cooperation, working together, going forward for federal dollars. You may have seen recently that University of Houston is leading a wind energy consortium that includes other schools in the state plus Berkeley and Montana State. We have a number of instances like that. Lamar University has, I should say, for a long time worked in that regard in terms of hazardous materials. We have many examples of that. That's happening more than it has in the past. We wanted to increase funding for ATP, ARP. We have not been successful with that. We started with $60 million in 1987. We're down to less than a third of that, but that's better than we were 2 years ago. Fortunately, legislators led by Senator Zaffirini helped us double the size of ARP last time. It was up to $18 million. We'd wanted $75 million. We really need to sort of continue to push the course in terms of the importance of basic research. Commercialization is critically important, but you need the basic research to have the seed for that, and I think all of you understand that. Institutions certainly do. The Competitive Knowledge Fund does provide funding for basic research. we wanted to develop a competitive grant program to expand research and research capacity at developing research institutions. There's a fund that to some extent does that for at least a couple of institutions. The legislature. Other excellence initiatives, course redesign has been very important. You know about that. I won't spend a lot of time talking about that, but we'll continue to pursue that, and we think we'll help improve the quality of undergraduate education and reduce costs. Perkins, we've been working on the alignment of the academic curriculum and with real-world applications and models. Develop models of cooperation, collaboration, and career in tech, which I shared an example of that with you earlier in terms of Lubbock. We formed the Graduate Education Advisory Committee, which we think is really helping a great deal. They're very enthusiastic about how they can improve graduate education and doctoral programs, and at the same time share that information with the public. Very soon they'll be, as soon as pursuing a doctorate institution, will be able to get a great deal of information about that program compared to other institutions in the state at that institution's site. And that's been the work of the faculty participating in that committee. We formed an undergraduate education advisory committee. One of our students will be participating in that, and they're going to spend a lot of time focusing on undergraduate education. National rankings, we're not where we wanted to be. Program recognition, we've gotten that really was about institutions providing us the information, and they've done what they needed to do. We're below our target on science and engineering research. The research expenditures were on target, and that's okay. So, in terms of some of the things we're doing moving forward, the commissioner and Senator West and Representative Morrison went to North Carolina. I'm sorry?
Yeah, North Carolina.
North Carolina to participate in an Illumina Foundation activity in which they're talking about making opportunity affordable. We were one of the 11 states invited, and so we're having ongoing conversations with that. Senator West, I think, was excited. Representative Morrison excited about the possibilities of pursuing two things. One being what we've talked about in terms of the formula funding, and two being a true 2+2 system in Texas where we are much more efficient in getting students in the college and on to universities, reducing, I always hate to use the phrase, but it's accurate, the per unit cost for graduates, both not only for the state but for the students. Get them out more efficiently. We're just in the beginning stages of that. We'll be hopefully getting a planning grant from them in September, and if we're successful the next year, there will be $2 million on the table to help the state pursue that. We are working with the legislature in developing criteria to establish national research universities. The commissioner testified on that yesterday. We know that we need to continue to nurture the regional research universities, and we really should say all institutions. We really need to more actively work in partnership with individual institutions, whether it's in Tyler or Temple or Houston, to help them become the institutions they want to be. And we know we're going to have to continue to pursue developing methods and criteria for determining learning outcomes in higher ed. This is one of these things that it's going to happen. It's much better that higher ed find a way to do it themselves, and we're committed to working with institutions and figuring that out. Next steps, we absolutely have to identify the resources that are needed to meet the goals of closing the gaps, ranging from doing business as usual to using new and innovative approaches. Reflecting on what Mr. Heldenfeld said earlier, we do need to do more data analysis and project evaluations to sort of drive either continuation of current strategies or the implementation of future strategies. We have to do much, give you the data and information you need to make those decisions. believe from talking with Mr. Ryder that the Strategic Planning Committee will be working to update this, and my belief is that, all of you will be, to the extent you want to be involved in that. And then, of course, there's a Select Commission on Higher Education and Global Competitiveness. This is HCR 159. We'll be drafting a long-term plan to meet specific goals, and we'll, of course, be working closely with them on that.
Other questions for David or Susan, Judy? I would just, a couple of things, just to sum it up. I think what I've heard from the group, David, is really on those next steps is, again, the framework that Fred kind of outlined, which I think is really important. And I think those points that Elaine brought up, that is making sure we are looking at all the strategies we use, what's worked, what has not worked, and have that be part of the planning process. I want to thank you for all your hard work. We've done this report every year, and historically it's been, this is where we are on the goals, but it really hadn't drilled down to what have we been doing to pursue those goals. And a good summary, I think we could stay here for another hour and drill down, but I think obviously this is just to establish a framework. And for the board, what I would suggest is we have a joint strategic planning committee where all the board members are invited, and obviously if you can attend, to start drilling down on this before October 14th. Any other comments? If not, I do need a motion to adopt the report. When I say the report, this is the report that was in your book, the bound report, which was the progress report, to adopt that report.
Second.
Ms. Bricker, Ms. Phillips, second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by the same sign. Thank you. Thanks so much. Agenda item 5A is the second major policy. This is under our recognition of excellence. And we try to do this every quarter as we try to recognize some outstanding program in higher ed or in P through 12 that is really demonstrative of great work that's being done. And today we're delighted to recognize the University of Texas at Pan American and Dr. Cardenas. He called me a gringo last night, Cardenas. But we're delighted to have you here. And I really think it's very timely because they've really made significant progress in implementing accountability, participation, retention strategies. And all that links in extremely well with several of the recommendations that this board has made as it relates to formula funding. So, welcome.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Ritter. It's a pleasure to be here. And thank you, Commissioner Paredes, for thinking of us as you look at elements of success. It's a pleasure to be here with my fellow San Antonian, Elaine Mendoza. It's good to see you again. I was sitting there listening to the last report, and of course, like many of the presidents who are here, biting my tongue, wanting to speak to some of the issues that were raised, and I'm delighted to have this opportunity to do so. My presentation today is all about participation and success. We are attending to research and excellence at UT Pan American, and I'm delighted to tell you that in the last 4 years we have gone from almost no patents to about 17, and 2 licensing agreements in a university that had very little activity in that area. So that's another presentation that we can come back and make sometime. The truth of the matter is that UT Pan American, and first of all, let me say that there are at least 2 people who deserve the recognition that comes with your attention, and one of those is seated to my left. Dr. Ana Maria Rodriguez is our Executive Vice Provost for Undergraduate Education, and she has led many of the efforts that I will be describing on the academic side. Dr. John Edwards is our Vice President for Enrollment and Student Services, and he is in the Valley now in the heart of Hurricane Dolly, taking care of the students who are in the dorms, including UT Brownsville students who are now at UT Pan American, taking refuge from Hurricane Dolly. The fact of the matter is that UT Pan American is an institution that is totally aligned to the coordinating board's closing the gap strategies. Indeed, if you look at our student population, we are 18,000 students. About 77% of our students qualify for financial assistance. 85% of our students are Hispanic. So in many ways we are closing the gaps university. And our challenges, therefore, and our opportunities may be different from other universities that are still having to work very hard to attract the particular populations of interest. The fact that we are and by the way, of our 77% of our students who are receiving some kind of financial assistance, 42% come from homes where the income is under $20,000 a year. So what we have at our university are nothing short of educational heroes. And one of the things that became important for us at UTPA was to have the institution look at our students as students who were stepping up to the plate under very demanding circumstances, and that they deserve to be treated in that way. Let me share with you.
I think you have to point it this way.
Okay. There we go. Let me share with you that at UTPA we have had significant success in increasing the total number of degrees offered. In 2004, we were awarding about 2,000 degrees, and in 2007 we awarded 3,000 degrees. So that has been a significant improvement. You'll also notice that we've improved our award, the master's degrees that are awarded, and we're very excited that this year we will be nearly doubling, well, nearly tripling the number of doctoral degrees that we are awarding. We awarded 10 doctoral degrees in 2007, and in 2008 we expect to award 26 degrees. And I'm going to have to put my glasses on, or else I'm going to be giving you the wrong information. We track our progress, attending to the progress that we are making in the retention of our full-time first-time freshmen, that 47% of the Texas college-going population that David talked about. We've had our peak year in 2005 when we surpassed the national average for full-time first-time freshman retention from the freshman year to the sophomore year. In 2005, we were third in the UT system in the retention of first-time full-time students, right behind University of Texas at Austin and University of Texas Dallas. They have slightly higher admission standards than we do.
Dr. Cardenas, I'm sorry to interrupt you. When you said that you went over the national average,
Yes.
Is that the national average for all full-time, first-time, or the ones that are coming from economic disadvantage?
For all first-time, full-time freshmen. The national average was 71.3%, and I think we were at 72.1%.
Be interesting to compare that against those coming with 77% of your population coming from financial aid.
It's a very significant accomplishment, and took a lot of work. While we were beginning to see significant success in the retention of freshmen to sophomores, we looked at our retention of students at the sophomore to junior transition and found that we weren't doing as well as we needed to. So Dr. Rodriguez recommended that we begin a sophomore mentoring program that I will talk to you about in just a little bit, and we're beginning to see significant improvement there. And the fact of the matter is that we think if we can get our students through their sophomore year, our chances of graduating them within a 6-year period just improves tremendously. I'm sorry, the national retention rate for freshmen was 71.6, and our retention was 72.7. So we beat it by a little bit more than 1 percentage point. One of the things that we're very, very proud of is the increases in the number of students at UTPA that are enrolled in STEM majors. Clearly one of our Closing the Gaps goals. And I'll have to tell you that in this case, it's simply a matter of capacity. If we had more capacity to enroll more students, we would have more students in this field. Our capacity is limited by the fact that we charge the second lowest tuition in the state of Texas. And that doesn't give us, the, if you would, the discretionary income, the discretionary resources to build capacity. But of course, our market could not bear a much higher tuition. So this is, but we have increased our enrollment in STEM majors by 42% in the last 10 years and by 19% in the last 5 years. Now, the Rio Grande Valley, in fact all of the border, is an area that is suffering from a very high level of inadequate capacity in terms of the health professions. In fact, I think I went to the website for the Texas Medical Association, and the indication was that the border was a train wreck waiting to happen in terms of the availability of health professions. So UT Pan American some years ago began to develop its capacity to train health professionals. And indeed, from 2000 to 2006, we increased our production of nursing and allied health professionals by 95%. In this way, we accounted for 60% of the growth in output in these fields among the 8 comprehensive universities in Texas. Now, I will tell you, I will share a policy concern there. Academic institutions receive about half of the formula funding for the preparation of health professionals than that which is received by the health science centers. So in pharmacy, in nursing, in just a number of fields, we are producing health professionals at about half the cost to the state than what is available in health science centers. Now, in the Rio Grande Valley and in South Texas, the implications of that are that we simply have less capacity to serve that need. As the slide indicates, we've increased our nursing production by 95%, and this is totally limited by capacity. Totally limited by capacity. Now, we've done some interesting things to increase our capacity. For example, we just recently paid or subsidized the doctoral education of 4 of our homegrown faculty so that we could increase capacity in nursing in that way. And they've just completed their doctorates at other institutions, and we use our own institutional money to support that. In the last 5 years, we have sent 159 UTPA students to medical school. And 12 21 to dental school. Now, the average for the state of Texas of acceptance to medical school is 32%. Our average acceptance to medical school is 62%. I'm going to ask you to skip that chart because it's the wrong chart. Now, how have we gone about accomplishing some of these things? In some ways, the fact that the overwhelming majority of our population is a population of interest in closing the gaps provided us the opportunity to shift the paradigm. And rather than thinking about discrete programs that might respond to this population, we are engaged in a process that I call a total institutional response, a total alignment of the institution's processes, goals, objectives, and programs focused on the retention, the graduation, and the advancement to graduate and professional education of our students. Now, that total institutional response, again, aligns all of our processes and involves all of our personnel. It's not unlike what you all are doing here at the coordinating board. If you all, if I asked you to remove any one of your strategies for closing the gaps, you would be hard put to eliminate any one of those strategies. You considered them all, they're all important, and you understand that they work in concert. And that's exactly what we're doing at the institutional level. Those 10 elements included a focus on students' assets. It was important for us not to think of our students as encumbered by deficits, but rather to focus on their assets and to think of them as assets, and to infuse, if you would, the totality of the institution with that kind of mindset. We looked at all of our institutional process. This is a work in progress. At the beginning of this year, all vice presidents will receive the same charge. Go back and look at your processes and identify those that can be eliminated, that can be smoothed out, that can be streamlined, so that we are not impeding student progress. We looked at P12 preparation, and the question was, how do we best engage our P14 partners to ensure rigorous coursework by students? And there is a large array of strategies that Dr. Rodriguez is leading, including, by the way, a data task force on the ground in which the school district data officers, the regional service center data officers, and our own data, and the community college data officers and our own data people are all engaged in looking at. In fact, our hope is to set targets for the high schools that would basically say you've got to have X number of students college ready and supported through the process of college attendance if this region is going to meet its closing the gaps targets. A huge issue for us is reducing financial barriers. And the question for us were, what financial assistance processes and investments will most impact students' ability to advance to graduation, particularly in critical needs fields? We looked at academic and personal readiness, and this is a topic of another hour-long presentation, which you don't have time for. But the question is, how do we efficiently fill in the gaps to ensure that our first-generation students have the academic and personal tools they need to make good academic and personal decisions? We looked at pedagogical issues, and again, Dr. Rodriguez has done a wonderful job in this area. How do we empower faculty to meet the learning needs of first-generation students who may have gaps in their preparation for college? We needed to raise students' expectations so that students needed to know why. Why are we pushing you to graduation? And that meant engaging them in research and pre-professional learning opportunities that would lead to graduate education. It was important for us to look at faculty and staff ownership. We've done a lot with the symbolic. How do we reinforce achievement and success through ritual, ceremony, and symbol? And then, of course, the issue of continuous improvement. How do we gather and document relevant information for timely and continuous improvement? And the answer is we measure everything we can measure. And we make that information public. We have a spot on our website called RAGS, and anybody can share any success that is measurable, and we keep that going. I'm going to share just 3 specific initiatives that David Gardner wanted you all to hear about. So I will share those now. When we looked at institutional processes, we were asking ourselves, how are our bureaucratic processes advancing or impeding timely graduation? Obviously, if you don't schedule the classes that students need, they're not going to graduate. So that was one. We found an interesting development that very few of the top leadership was aware that this was going on, but we identified 7,987 students who had registration holds and were not being allowed to register because somebody somewhere in the institution had put a hold on their registration. It could have been for, not paying $3 for parking or a lock for the locker. It could have been anything. So in 2006, when we went to look at these processes, we found 7,987 students of recent vintage who were being impeded in their efforts, or who might have been impeded at some time or another in their efforts to register. Of those, 2,832 were former students eligible to reapply for admission. We sent out 2,184 letters. I don't know why we didn't send them all out, but that's what happened. And of those, 337 additional students registered for fall in 2006. And we are and then of course we set in place policies that change the registration hold to a graduation hold. And anyone who owed less than $300 would be able to register, but would not be able to receive their transcript until they had made their financial situation whole. We also did something with soft drops. In 2006, we went from a hard drop for non-payment to a soft drop. And that's because so many of our students are really trying at the last minute to put their money together to pay for tuition. And we ended up with a 41% increase in the number of students who stayed enrolled on the soft drop system over those that had stayed enrolled with a hard drop system. And in the meantime, we probably saved a good 600 to 1,000 person hours of work by going to a soft drop system.
Dr. Carden, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Of the 7,000 plus students that were in registration hold, what percentage of those students eventually didn't get back in school?
I don't have reliable data on that. We measured what happened in that time frame. We haven't gone back and measured how many of them might have come back. And it really is interesting because as I walked around the Rio Grande Valley, I found, and people knew that I was the president, they would come up and say, oh, I went to UTPA, but I didn't finish. I had 57 hours. Or, oh, I went to Pan Am. I only lacked 18 hours, but then my mother got sick, and I got married, and I went to work, and I didn't go back. So we're looking at campaigns like Come Back to UTPA. How do you make it easier for students to come back? I've had students walk across that graduation stage, say it took me 22 years, but I made it. And we also need to value and honor that. We're just looking at our processes. Now, academic and personal readiness is something that your discussion with David Gardner highlighted as a huge need. And thank you. The items that are listed are just a few of the strategies that we have in place, but I want to tell you very specifically about a learning frameworks course that Dr. Rodriguez and her colleagues developed. The purpose of the course is to provide students an understanding of the psychology of learning and its application to their university experience and to their chosen profession. It includes some college survival strategies like time management and other things, but far more than that, the student examines how it is they learn and how they might be more successful at learning. Now, let me give you the results on that. In 2004, we had a 68% retention for the overall freshman cohort, but a 76.3% retention for those who took the Learning Frameworks course. In 2005, we had a 77% retention for the Learning Frameworks course, 72% for the overall cohort. And in 2006, we were at 74% versus 68% for the overall cohort. We're now engaged in something that we think may inform the work of the coordinating board. UTPA chose as its quality enhancement program for SACS accreditation the redesign of our gatekeeper math courses. And if this model works, we will be taking some of these to other gatekeeper courses. I have to tell you that our experience with gatekeeper courses has been somewhat shocking to me when I realized the percentage of our students who were trapped in gatekeeper courses. It's very clear to see why we're not graduating them. Our students aren't going to change. It's still going to be that population. Trying to impact K-12 is a long-term strategy. So we had to look at what pedagogical changes could we make now with these students we have to increase their success rate in these gatekeeper courses. And it's very early. We've only worked on this for a year, so it's very early. But I will tell you that in this year, let me see if I've got this right. In this year, in a course called Math 1300, which is a prerequisite for Math 1334, which is a prerequisite for college algebra. The students who were in this newly designed Math Gatekeeper course obtained a pass rate of 61%. Now that's a celebration. And you might say, Dr. Cardenas, why would you be celebrating a pass rate of 61%? Well, it's because the normal pass rate, or the usual pass rate, had been 27%. so we were able to raise it from 27% to 61%. These are students who had the AP score, who met our admission requirements in AP, and who had taken the recommended curriculum. Because we started pursuing the recommended curriculum a long time ago. So they had the recommended curriculum and they had the AP score, but they could not pass the THEA. And we're hopeful that this effort will prove successful. What we have done is we have taken the math course, and rather than treating it as a 3-hour, one-semester math course, we are treating it as 3 modules. And the student has to pass Module 1 before they go on to Module 2. They have to master the first 6 weeks, if you would, before they go on to the second 6 weeks. And then we have added an extra hour of lab and tutorials. The final issue that that I want to share with you is how we are looking at reducing financial barriers. And I will just simply say to you that Texas Grants aligns directly to all of the progress we have made. Without it, we would still be looking at graduation rates and retention rates and success rates for UTPA that we would not be proud of. Now, I don't think that Texas Grants alone would give you the results, but improving the accessibility to Texas Grants for a much larger percentage of our students is critical to the things that we're all trying to do. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Great presentation. Questions and comments?
Well, I wanted to first of all congratulate both of you for the extraordinary work that you're doing. The purpose of this segment of board meetings is not only to inform board members about extraordinary work that is going on around the state, but also because we have so many presidents and provosts and institutional leaders at these board meetings, we also want them to be aware of the extraordinary work that's going on, and we hope that they will be in touch with you and emulate and replicate some of your activities. It's very clear what it takes to have this kind of extraordinary academic progress. There has to be a commitment from the top, the president of an institution. There has to be a comprehensive approach. You've got to look at the entire academic and socioeconomic circumstances of your students. You have to treat your students as assets, not as deficits. And then you have to adjust your programmatic and extracurricular activity to their characteristics, their positive characteristics. And then you have to use data to inform the kinds of choices that you make about your academic activities. And then finally, you have to recognize that you sometimes have to adjust the traditional nature of an institution to accommodate the fact that students today, particularly poor students in areas like South Texas, are different from the typical college students of 35 years ago. And then exceptional changes can be made. I keep saying over and over again that there's nothing in our goals at the K through 12 level, there's nothing in our goals in closing the gaps that can't be accomplished. There are institutions, there are wonderful K through 12 schools, the Idea Academy, which is not far from you, the Yes Academies in Houston that are doing extraordinary work with exactly the students that you have. And we have wonderful examples in higher education as well. It's just really remarkable. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You want to go? Dr. Cardenas and Dr. Rodriguez, thank you for being with us this morning and sharing such great news about what's going on in South Texas and the population you're serving and what you're doing for our state. I was curious, the Commissioner already outlined, boiled it down to the 4 or 5 key components of these 10 that you have. You've kind of categorized them well. I was curious, are these in priority order?
No, to be very honest, we haven't had time to do that. But we kind of sat down and said, okay, what this presentation gave us the opportunity to go back and try to systematize the way we're doing. The philosophy of total institutional response is very much a part of what we do every day.
Absolutely. But it sounded like all 10 components then have to go all together, so to speak.
They really do.
The other thing I would ask, and I'm not looking for an answer, but if you would put thoughtful consideration to and report back to us vis-a-vis, I hope Chairman Bricker will be okay with going through the P&S committee, what does the coordinating board do to facilitate this type of progress, as well as what do we do to hinder this type of progress? And are there strategies or policies that we are thinking about considering and or have put in place along the things that we heard this morning in closing the gaps that help facilitate, but at the same time create barriers or don't help as much? And I would appreciate that, whether or not you put your UTPB label on it or not. That's your decision, but we need to know from the field, from you guys that are doing the work and being successful, how we're helping, but most importantly, how we're not helping.
You know, I did think of something yesterday when I was listening to Commissioner Paredes, and that was, remember the environmental impact statement that used to have to accompany any federal policy? Well, maybe we need to have a closing the gaps impact statement or impact analysis when we think about policies. You know, just do a brief analysis of what would be the impact of that on the closing the gaps goals.
We can sit here in Austin, Texas, with this wonderful staff that we have, and we coming from the non-academic side, most of us sit on the board, we need the feedback from those of you who are making it happen every day to make sure that we understand that impact is done well and right, that study on impact is done well and right. So I would encourage us to continue dialogue with you or giving us your thoughts on what we can do to do things better.
Great suggestion. Ms. Bricker?
Yes, I want to congratulate you on all of your successes. I've been in South Texas twice in the last year, and I have to say that I am absolutely struck by the relationships that you all have built with the K-12, with the community, the business leadership, and South Texas College. At their commencement in May, every single dual-enrolled student, first of all, they were announced that they had not even graduated from high school, and they were receiving their associate's degree. Every single one that walked across the stage, it was announced what high school they came from, in what school district surrounding area, and what college, four-year university they were transferring to. And let me tell you, you have a lion's share of them. But it's really interesting, not only in the pride that they're taking in the community college being that leverage of bringing in the high schools and feeding them to the four-year universities, but how many of them are staying in South Texas. It was absolutely amazing, and I know that you all have a relationship with Shirley Reed and certainly all of the surrounding school districts, and it is remarkable what you all are doing. Thank you.
And our recommendations on performance and incentive funding would help very dramatically institutions like yours that are doing so well.
Thank you.
I think there's a third thing we need to do in addition to the two questions Elena has. We need to, using these ideas, figure out how quickly we can replicate and push out these best practices. Because when we hear, in so many of these ideas, while the funding initiatives and incentives are critical, a lot of your ideas, like registration holds and what to do about those, didn't cost a dime. Right. No. And you've recognized that you can break the bureaucratic, re-examine your organization, and that you get what a lot of private organizations and business don't get, much less academic institutions, and that is that while the commitment comes from the top down, the ideas for improvement are built from the ground up.
I am amazed at the way in which that has taken hold at the university. The level of analysis that somebody who makes maybe $32,000 a year will dedicate to a problem, and then the fact that it can flow freely is another very important consideration, and that's the fun part of this job. But I do want to emphasize that there's a lot of presidents that are doing extraordinary work, and many of the initiatives that are listed that I gave you are occurring in many places. We have a unique opportunity to do some modeling, and not only for the state, but I think for the nation.
Absolutely.
Mr. Winger?
I just think this is a great example of part of our discussions of yesterday regarding closing the gaps and creating opportunity. I think this certainly clearly is a clear indication and should be a case study, in my opinion, that's presented to all colleges and universities in Texas and beyond, if possible, to show what can happen in those first two quintiles if we really, really apply ourselves in a proper way. And I think it goes back to making sure that the legislature understands the successes that have been attained so that we can look to them for greater funding to make sure that more students in our soon-to-be, if not already, majority-minority state have adequate educational funding opportunities at their disposal.
Right point. Comments?
Thank you.
Cardenas, thank you. And Dr. Rodriguez, thank you. Even though you're very quiet, we know you're doing a lot of work. It's hard to follow up on that one. But I hope we all took notes as to how to follow up on that. So the next agenda item relates to the matters relating to the Committee on Participation Success, and I'm going to turn it over to Chairman Bricker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a phone call coming in from Senator Rodney Ellis at 10:40, so I guess you all will let me know, the staff will let me know when he calls in. So I'll go ahead with my chair report, but if he calls in, I'll stop and we'll break and talk with him. A lot of things that I wanted to briefly mention and give an overview. First of all, I believe that Claude Toland, the new president of DeVry University in the Houston metro area, is he in the audience? There he is. Welcome. Also, Commissioner, I think that you probably want to make the announcement about one of the other new presidents at Temple College.
Well, is she here?
No, but we were going to talk about it, and so I thought you wanted to.
Well, yes, we're very pleased to announce that a former senior staff person here at the coordinating board, Dr. Glenda Barron, was appointed the day before yesterday as the new president of Temple College, and so we take great pride in her latest accomplishment, and we look forward to working with her, and we wish her every success in her new position.
Thank you, Commissioner. I also wanted to mention to everyone, I said this yesterday at our committee meeting, but the Commissioner's testimony is made available to us on our website, and there was one in particular of note that I wanted to mention to everyone here, and that is his testimony a week or two ago on public ed. Obviously all the information is on our website, but this particular testimony had it all laid out of all of the data that you're always looking for and always asking for, myself included. There are websites, it's very succinct, and I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And Laura, you had said that it is specifically on our website under his testimony. of public ed, all of those websites that I had commented on. I believe it's on the website now. Okay. In addition, a couple of weeks ago, in response to Dr. Ron Brown's work with the African American Male Project and his outreach into the state of Texas, into various communities, I had encouraged strongly that Dr. Laredo, Dr. Ruiz, and Dr. Brown come to Houston to look at this single-sex in-district Houston ISD charter school. It is a remarkable school. It's almost, I guess it is 10 years old now, and it's a middle school for mostly African American and all males. And this middle school focuses on characteristics that can, as they say, get their heads turned around and get them focused, so that the education part comes somewhat easier. It is a remarkable, incredible project, and as we are looking at different subsections of our population throughout the state, this was one that I wanted to call attention to. At this meeting, the founder of the program, Roynell Young, was leading the meeting, as well as Rod Page, former Secretary of Education and former Superintendent of Houston ISD, who actually led the capital campaign for their new facility. So I wanted to mention that. I think that they can be a tremendous asset to us as we look at the success of African American students, in particular the single-sex school. In addition, the P16 Council of Houston is working on a $3.5 million grant with Houston A+ Challenge and 5 different school districts in the Houston area. Many of you are familiar with the Achieving the Dream project in the community colleges, and this is called Preparing to Dream. So it's taking high school students and really focusing on a college-bound culture for all of these students in 5 different school districts. The grant was as a result of the hard work of NCAN, and I think I had said, I can't remember if it was a former board meeting or if it was a former committee meeting, so I apologize if I'm repeating myself, but Dr. David Swedlow was really the dreamer, and he passed away recently, and his dream will live on. The NCAN, National College Access Network college annual meeting will be held in Houston this fall, and as a tribute to Dr. Swedlow, there are a whole lot of programs that are going on with the conference, but certainly this initiative and his $3.5 million with the incredible support of Houston Endowment. We've talked this morning about the pipeline and really starting with the youngest children, and I wanted to respond to that. I'm going to hold off on that comment. Senator Ellis is on the line, and Senator Ellis, as many of you know, has been a tremendous leader, and I think he's the father of the Texas Grant Program, and it's certainly near and dear to his heart. And with the discussion that we've been having about looking again at student financial aid as a result of House Bill 1, we've had a lot of research done on that and had a 3-hour discussion yesterday about financial aid and how Texas grants, which is certainly a critical and pivotal point for all students in Texas, the impact that's making. So, Senator Ellis, I'd like to welcome you. This is Laurie Bricker, one of your constituents.
Thank you, Laurie, Chair Bricker, and Chairman Shepard. Lynn Phillips is a good friend of mine, really from Houston. She's just a transplant up that way. I know Bob Wingo, many of you. First of all, I want to apologize because I can't be there. The National Conference of State Legislators is meeting in New Orleans, and I thought it was important to come and part to support this city since I went to undergrad school here for a year. But look, first I want to thank all of you all and tell you how proud I am of the work you've been doing over the years. The commission in particular and I have worked very closely, and he's a very good friend and ally to me. I do have some concerns about the study that you all had to do as a result of writing number 49, and I'm not going to rehash all of it. I think you all have probably seen the letter, and I know that I'm told that when you, I guess, adopted the report from the consultant, it was without a recommendation. I just want to stress this to you, that the notion of closing the gaps is just so important. I just want to encourage you to not feel pressure from me, from the governor, from anybody in the legislature, because I'm confident that if each of you just vote and act out based on your convictions, the facts are going to persuade you to my side. Now, I'm not going to always say don't be persuaded, but when I think I got the facts on my side, that's easy to run with. When I look at the language in that rider, it's as though whoever was drafting it to require you to use taxpayers' money, I assume, to go to the study, probably had an agenda with the way they drafted it, because they could have said add a merit component to be on time as well, by the way. So I just want to encourage you, if you take an action on that report, don't just let it go in so somebody can use your stature that has been built on the hard work and sweat you all have put in, and your predecessors. When that Closing the Gaps report came out, it was not a popular thing to do. I think that came out in Texas about the time Zell Miller, the governor of Georgia, was adopting his lottery in that state in order to fund the Hope Scholarship Program. And initially, as some of you all know, just to give you a quick recap, it was for households up to $100,000 a year with a B average. Now, politically, it was so popular, they took the cap off, which, as the Gates Foundation has stated in politer terms, was nuts. I mean, how could you take the position that Bill Gates' kids coming out of high school get a B average? And you give free college tuition. Public universities only was the case in Georgia. Of course, Texas is 5 times the size of Georgia. It was 5 times, it might be 6 now. And we couldn't afford that. The B average thing has led to grade inflation in that state. But I tell you what, that program has led to more students in that state getting in the pipeline to go to college than virtually any other southern state. When we passed our version of the Hope Scholarship with $20 million in 2000, Senator Wentworth had been pushing as a House member to do something. I think Pat and after program out of New Orleans, an old man named Taylor, had this program called Taylor Kids, and adopted kids in some high school. Said, you stay in the pipeline, get out, get into college, I'll pay. And I was pushing for a Hope Scholarship program. Now that went from $20 million in 2000 to about $282 million for the 02-03 biennium. When I was finance chair and had a little influence on the budget, I tripled the funding, and we got up $324 million for the biennium. The budget that went in effect, 01 budget, but it would have been 03-04. And I guess in 06-07 we put about 331. 08-09, regardless of what people say, I think there's going to be enough. I think right now that program is somewhat close to about $1 billion. Now, what's interesting is that those kids who are getting the Texas grant, coming from households for the most part under, say, $30,000 a year. When we tripled the funding, we did get $60,000 a year households. You may have had 2 kids to qualify to get in. But these kids are coming out of college at slightly better rates than kids coming from higher income households. Kids with more obstacles to overcome. The point I'm making is the program is working. So I hope with whatever you all do with this report, I just want to appeal to you. Don't let somebody intentionally or unintentionally use your stature to make that case. If during the worst of economic times in Texas, we ask people from lower income, middle class households to sacrifice, how do we justify during better, I won't say the best, but in terms of the budget, during better economic times, we still say, well, we can't invest in you. We can invest in tax breaks for businesses, property tax breaks for all of us, including my nice homeland, Phillips, in your old neighborhood, but we won't invest in our future. We can talk about bringing all these companies in, But if we don't have a workforce, educated workforce for them, they're not going to do it. I know of the commissioner's thought about a separate program funding to get folks in the pipeline for community colleges. I applaud that. But don't be in a position where we end up being penny wise and dollar foolish. The plan is working. We've invested all that money in our Hispanic serving institutions, our HBCUs, both public and private. If the recommendations that you all are looking at are adopted by the legislature, you devastate a good number of those HBCUs and those Hispanic serving institutions. And I want to encourage you with whatever you do, whether you do it or have a consultant do it, you ought to have a complete methodological survey of what impact you would have on schools comparable to what the folks at ICUT did. I read theirs last night. I didn't understand some of the acronyms in there. But the bottom line is, shows you on the last couple of pages, you pretty much are going to end up taking the ones who were last to get in the pipeline. First generation students that go to college. Hispanics, African Americans, lower income households, the last ones to get into the pipeline. You're going to have to be the first ones to get kicked out. And I just think that you ought to look at that and tread very lightly. And I'd be more than happy to answer any questions you might have. And I'm sorry about having to use this technology. I just couldn't be there, or I would have been there.
Well, thank you, Senator Ellis. And I am going to ask if any of my colleagues or the commissioner have any comments. I want to assure you that we will tread lightly, and we're looking at the sensitivity of this issue and how it does impact into the future those specific students. Actually, that was of our 3-hour discussion. I think that I could capture in a nutshell. That is pretty much exactly what we talked about. In fact, I encourage us all to hire ICUT because they not only surveyed 100% of their institutions with 100% of feedback, but they did it for free. So, they did a magnificent job of really showing us who those students are and how they will be impacted, and that's exactly our focus. So I want to certainly thank you for your leadership on this issue. I know that you and Senator Shapley, Senator West, and Senator Watson all sent letters, and we are very appreciative of your input. And I'm going to open this up to my colleagues. And Commissioner, would you like to react first or respond first?
Yes, Senator Ellis, this is Raymond Paredes. Everything you said, I'm committed to. We talked about this briefly the other night. We're going to take a close look at some of the issues that you've raised and have been raised by other members of the legislature in their letters. We also, by the way, received letters from Senator Vandepute and Senator Zaffarini, and we will take a look at this issue very closely. We will consult fully with you and others as we think about particular approaches and ideas, and we're very much committed to helping poor youngsters go to college, and we just had a report on closing the gaps, and we have a lot of work to do, and we're not going to do anything that will impede our movement in that direction.
Well, Commissioner, I just appreciate the work that you have done. The good thing about you, Commissioner, and the coordinating board is, unlike the way we do things in the legislature, you do have the ability to take the long view and not just guess at it, at least have some quantitative analysis to gauge the impact. It doesn't mean that we end up doing the right thing, but at least we have a better sense before we do it. As an example, at the last minute, a couple of sessions back, the clock was ticking, and the legislature, in its wisdom or lack of wisdom, decided to deregulate college tuition. And then every session, you have some of the very people who led the effort to do that. My friends, I love them. Woe unto us. Tuition went up. Hello? What did you think was going to happen when you deregulated tuition? Now, I'm not arguing the pros and cons of it, but I'm just saying that the great thing about Texas having the vision to create a coordinating board is that you come up with a coordinated approach as opposed to before you were created. I guess we had the Higher Education Uncoordinated Board. They just did stuff the way we do it in the legislature. We just throw it up there and, God help us, maybe it'll work. But that thought process is just so terribly important. Hey, it's good that Texas adopted. I voted for it, and helped line up votes to have every kid coming out of high school have to take what was the college prep curriculum. Now, you do know that means fewer kids are going to come out. I mean, there are some who, out of high school, there are some who get disillusioned. Hey, but that's okay. That means that high school diploma in Texas, if he or she gets it, means more than it meant before we adopted that curriculum. Before, No Child Left Behind means that Texas just said there was a leader in that regard. And we'll pay the price. It means it'll be tougher to get some of them out of high school. But I don't think that anybody in the legislature felt as though we've come back and make it more difficult for lower income and middle income kids. It's kind of interesting. As I told some of my colleagues on a conference call the other day, they'd be surprised how few households many of them have in their districts where people have a combined income of $65,000 a year. Other than the neighborhoods we tend to live in, we legislated. It's about a third of the people in Texas. And if you take some of these districts, it will be less than that. It'd be interesting to do I guess that thing, Laurie, at the OBJ schools called a two-tail probability test to see how many households per district with income over $65,000 a year have somebody in college, by the way. Because in many of these districts, we're a fairly poor state. Many of these districts, the people are empty nesters when they get to $65,000 a year. But, be that as it may, it's just such an important issue. And giving these kids some consistency. So if they believe us, if we tell them, here are the rules, you play by them, and we're going to get you money to go to college. When we keep changing the rules, that has an impact on the psychology of kids thinking about college or community college.
Senator Ellis, the split rider, we just really appreciate the time you spent with us, and I can assure you this is going to be our next agenda item. And as Ms. Bricker said, we spent 3 hours yesterday, and all of your concerns were absolutely expressed around the table, and you can be assured we're going to pursue that very deliberately. And we just appreciate you giving us your feedback today. Any other board members have any comments for Senator Ellis? Mr. Wingo.
Just very quickly, Senator Ellis, I think many of the things that you shared with us this morning were, as Chairman Ryder has expressed, were covered yesterday, and I think having a deeper and clearer understanding of how this will impact students in urban areas, and we had an excellent presentation this morning from UTPA that I think parallels exactly what you're talking about in terms of how these programs have created great success opportunities for many students in the Rio Grande Valley. I think it's incumbent upon all of us to look at the entire state and looking at the urban centers and looking at the centers where we have high concentrations of Hispanic students and other minorities to ensure that they have the opportunities in the first 2 quintiles and beyond to have a quality education. And I think all the things that you and the other senators and representatives have stated will be clearly addressed by the coordinating board.
Well, Bob, thank you. And Vice Chairman Ritter, it is interesting when I advocate for Texas grants, it's not based on my district, by the way. I think I'm about 16th when you rank the Senate districts in terms of the number of folks who get a Texas grant in my district, although every university in Houston is in that Senate district. I think it's UT Pan Am, I think, that gets the highest percentage of Texas grants. And the president there, she's getting them out of Houston. She's done a great job of creating a pipeline of getting those kids, many Hispanic, out of my district. I think about 40% of people get a Texas grant are Hispanic, 40-something% are Anglo. I think it's only about 13% African American. And I'm guessing that the TEG is probably comparable. Carol McDonald's, I'm not sure. But look, appreciate all you all are doing, and you certainly earned your per diem to come up there, and the next time I see you, why you bring some couple you want.
Senator Ellis, I think that there might be a couple of other board members that have comments. Anyone else? No? No. Okay. Thank you very much, and we will be discussing this item in a few minutes. And I, as always, welcome your input, and I know that my colleagues do as well, as does the Commissioner and staff. And again, we want to thank you for your leadership on this and so many other issues that impact the leadership of our state and our future. So thank you for your leadership very much.
Thank you. We'll make a good team. All right. Have a good day. Bye.
Okay. Would you want me to finish my remarks and then go through the order, or do you want me to go out of order and address this next? Sure. Wish.
Why don't you finish your comments, then let's have the report on 2007 financial aid, and then do the HEI study, and then we can come back to the agenda item. What is that? D, the Texas College Index.
Okay. So you want me to?
So I'd say finish your comments, then D, then C. Okay. How about that?
Okay, I got it. Just a couple more comments. I was beginning to say about the early childhood piece of closing the gaps. The Greater Houston P16 Council of Houston just received a $60,000 grant from the Simmons Foundation for the We Go, W-E-E Go program for preschools, and we're going to start with a YMCA program. It's the Med Center Y, in partnership with the YMCA, University of Houston, Texas Southern University, Houston Community College, and the Houston Reed Commission. I might be leaving out one of the partners, but I think I have them all, to create a college-bound culture for literally birth to 5-year-olds. And it's going to involve scholarships for the teachers that have maybe high school plus that can then get their associates, or those that have their associates to get their bachelor's degrees. It's also for the parents of those students to further their education. There'll be scholarships for them. And most importantly, it's creating a college-bound culture for those students where they will do activities and have all kinds of programs to promote college-bound thoughts, even as young as 4 years old. And I want to say, when we were talking about looking at different models across the state and looking at best practices, we looked to the Isleta School District and the El Paso Collaborative for a lot of our ideas when we saw that. Now, I'm a visual person, and when we saw those 4 and 5-year-olds that were graduating with the banners across them, they're graduating from either preschool or from kindergarten, and it said, you know, Texas A&M or University of Houston or Yale or wherever, we thought, oh, that's it. That's what we need to do. So we're creating this We Go Center with the hopes that it will be replicated across the city and ultimately across the state. And finally, I just wanted to make a quick comment on the UT Pan Am. I wanted to emphasize the relationship that UT Pan Am has with Baylor College of Medicine since 1994, the joint bachelor's and MD degree programs with Baylor College of Medicine, which is incredible. I mean, I can remember the first time I ever heard about that program with, I believe it was with the U of H and Baylor College of Medicine, with this, when we talk about a pipeline, and hence that's really why we called the P16 Council in Houston the Greater Houston P16 Plus, because that's really taking in beyond the bachelor's degree and into the master's and doctorate or MD. Okay, we're now going to go into agenda item 6D. It was removed from the consent calendar. As Chairman Ryder said, we're taking this item out of order because it will give us some context for the feasibility report, which is item 6C. Item 6D is the consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board on the report on financial aid for college students in Texas, fiscal year 2007, House Bill 1, General Appropriations Act, Rider 13, pages 3-49, Texas Legislature. Lois Hollis, Senior Assistant to the Deputy Commissioner for Business and Finance, will present this item. Lois.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I guess you've been talking a lot about this today, and so I'll try and fill in some of the gaps and answer any questions you have, and like Laura said, give you context for the discussion with Higher Education Insight Associates. What I'm going to talk about is there are going to be three types of aid that we discuss here, and the first is grant aid, which is aid that does not have to be repaid. Second is work study, which is subsidized work that's subsidized for students either by the federal government or the state, and then loans, which obviously have to be repaid. The report is based on what happened in fiscal year 2007, and as you can see, over $5.3 billion in financial aid was awarded to over 616,000 students. We've come a long way. When we first started kind of doing this in 2000, it was the statement we had was over $2 billion. So a lot more aid is coming into the state. When you look at the type of aid that students receive, and you look at Texas and you look at the nation, what you find is in Texas, 39% of the students get grant aid and 60% rely on loans. If you look at that nationally, it's 50% rely on loans and 49% get gift aid. So Texas is a little behind the curve in the amount of gift aid. When you look at who provides that aid, you find that 73% of Texas students receive federal aid, and nationally that number is 58%. Another interesting thing here is that in Texas, 12% of the aid received is from institutional aid, and nationally that's 18%. And what you find is that nationally there are a lot of heavily endowed private institutions that give out a lot of aid. Let's see if I can work this. Okay. This chart shows the amount of grant aid and loans by income category. The green line is grant aid, the red lines, the red bars are loans, and something to take it, don't try and add the two together because these are duplicated. So some of the same students getting grants, and actually many of the same students receiving grants are also receiving loans. And what yes?
I think it's important to underscore the fact that although grant aid is increased dramatically in Texas, and it has increased federally for the poor students, that even the poor students who get the largest amount of grant aid still find it necessary to take out loans.
Exactly. Right. And that's what this shows. If you look at the first four income groups on this, it's the first two income quintiles. Students with families family incomes below $40,000. That makes up 67% of the students on financial aid. And so when you look at the amount of loans that these students take out, it does dispel the myth that low-income students can make it by just receiving grant aid, and that's clearly not the case. Okay, what I did was also look at, I thought you'd be interested to see what percentage of students are in different income categories for the major state programs. For Texas Grant, 77% of the recipients are in the first two income quintiles. So that's quite a bit. The students in the higher income quintiles are really, most of those students are renewal students who got into the program when the program was fully funded. Also, another thing to note is, and I don't have a slide for it, but 74% of the students receiving Texas Grant are minority students. When you look at the TEG program, 59% of the students in TEG come from the first two income quintiles, and 45% of those students are minority. Be on Time is pretty much the exact opposite of the Texas Grant program. 30% of the students come from the first two income quintiles, and 46% of those students are minority students. And for the Texas Educational Opportunity Grant, this is the grant program for students at two-year institutions. I don't think you'd be surprised to hear that 95% of those students are in the first two income quintiles, and 64% of those students are minority students. And just to sum up the report, While the amount of financial aid is increasing, the majority of the aid is coming from federal sources and from loans. And low-income students are borrowing at very high rates. What we don't know is how many low-income students are not borrowing, are not choosing to go because loans are such a big part of their financial aid package. And so if we're going to continue to make strides in closing the gaps, we've got to continue to increase financial aid for Texas students. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, any comments or questions?
Lois, will you just tell me again on the Texas grant, you said the number 74% are in the first two quintiles, is that what you tell me?
77.
77, and how many of
And
those?
74% are minority.
Other questions? Okay. I need a motion, and it's the consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board on the report on financial aid for college students in Texas, fiscal year 2007, House Bill 1, General Appropriations Act, Rider 13, pages 3-49, 80th Texas Legislature.
Wouldn't be the committee's recommendation, would it?
Sorry, what?
Would it be the committee's recommendation?
Yes. Yes.
I wanted to vote, yeah, got it. I moved that.
Did I not say that?
You did.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Moved by Ms. Mendoza, seconded by Dr. Phillips. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Okay, now we're going to go out of order. Yeah, we're just going to be consistently out of order, I guess. Agenda item 6C is the consideration of transmitting the feasibility study for restructuring state student financial aid programs in Texas to the Governor and Legislative Budget Board as required by the 80th Texas Legislature in House Bill 1, General Appropriations Act in Rider 49, pages 3-56 and 57. As we said earlier, we took about 3 hours yesterday and had not only a very thoughtful but a very detailed discussion, and we're not going to go into as much discussion today. However, I encourage my colleagues to ask questions and comment as much as we need to. As a kind of a recap of the presentation and discussions that we had yesterday, after our June P&S Participation and Success Committee meeting, we asked Higher Education Insight Associates to perform a more in-depth analysis of the impact of merging TEG, Texas Grant, and TEOG, and the impact of adding the merit criteria outlined in their report, as well as the Commissioner's alternative merit criteria to TEG, Texas Grant, and TEOG. If the proposed merit criteria had been required for the 2006-2007 academic year, both HEIAs and the Commissioner's alternative merit recommendations would have been disproportionately affected minority students. What we do not know is the impact that these merit criteria will have on future students when the first-class graduates under the new college readiness standards are graduates. However, we do know we should better prepare students before we raise the bar. As we discussed yesterday, we need, quote, a low hurdle for access and incentives for high achievement. The discussion yesterday also pointed out the need for more in-depth modeling that will enable us to project the impact on future students of adding any merit criteria to the financial aid programs. I took a few other notes. The presentation, and we'll see this again by the Higher Education Insight Associates, Ross Hodel and Sheila Pruden, and on-the-ground impact research that was presented by Carol McDonald and Elizabeth Putoff yesterday of ICUT, the Independent Colleges and Universities of Texas. We particularly looked through the different recommendations, and we have received, all of us, I know, several calls and letters with concerns, as well as input from K-12 and high school guidance counselors and college counselors as well. Concern if there's not new funding and fuller funding. One of the concerns was, as we have created a college-bound culture in our district, and this was from, obviously, a school district, we are fearful that we've told these students, you get the recommended curriculum, you can go to college and have it paid for, and now maybe those rules may have changed slightly. And I'm just expressing information. I'm not making a personal judgment on that. I think that one of the things that we talked about a lot was we have spent a whole lot of time looking at college participation and looking at those numbers of students and individual students, and yet what we're really focusing now, I think, with some more stringent criteria and in-depth analysis is perhaps looking at how we can make sure that these students are college ready so that they'll be successful. So we're now looking at the persistence side of it. So I'm going to turn this over to Lois once again for presentation.
And actually, I'm going to turn it over to Ross and Sheila, who, after 3 hours yesterday, probably don't need any other introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Yesterday, when we started our presentation, I indicated that things were considerably warmer in Austin than when we presented this report to you at your April board meeting. And at the break, one of the gentlemen asked me, did you mean the weather or did you mean activities in the Capitol? Well, I was going to say it's considerably more stormier, but I think I best not go there, given the phone calls and letters that you've had. As Lois said, we spent 3 hours with you yesterday, and we went through this report in some detail in April, so we are going to sort of skim through it today, review the recommendations and the highlights of what we did yesterday. Let me just ask you to recall that we were engaged back in November to take a look at 9 items, most contained in Rider 49, accompanying the appropriations bill, House Bill 1. The report that we did contains information and input from interviews with 25 governmental officials and policymakers, from students, from our advisory committee, from a survey of all Texas institutions, from interviews with 14 state program directors in your peer states, and also from the 4 national experts that we brought in to talk to the advisory committee. It's important to realize that our study comes 9 years after the Texas grant was adopted, 8 years after the board enacted the closing the gaps, and in the 4th year, after 4 years of the recommended high school curriculum being the default curriculum. So again, today we're going to do a quick review of our study recommendations, discuss the impact of merging the Texas grant and the tuition equalization program, and then also illustrate the impact of the merit requirements based on state profile data for Texas and the sample that institutions that we looked at following your June committee meeting. Our report that we submitted in mid-May, the final report, contains 16 recommendations divided in 3 broad areas. We suggested making the Texas grant the cornerstone, laying it as the key cornerstone program. We had 5 recommendations relating to your participation and success goals, and 4 recommendations on improving efficiency and accountability in financial aid. Quickly, first laying the cornerstone, we wanted the Texas grant to be the key cornerstone, the primary program as you go forward in a comprehensive student financial aid system. We also recommended that over the longer term, you consider merging the Texas Equalization Grant and the TEOG program into the Texas grant program, having one financial aid program based on family financial strength and academic merit. Our 3rd recommendation suggested that you align the award criteria and formulas to bring equity among these programs, and that initially, while you're doing this, you keep the funding streams separate. We want all sectors of higher education working together to bring this about. And our 4th recommendation was that you target state financial aid funds on the lowest 3 income quintile families in Texas. As you line up families across Texas, we wanted to focus on the lowest 3. And now I'm going to ask Sheila to give more detail on some of these recommendations.
We had a longer presentation yesterday on the specific questions the committee's asked us to look at, so we're only going to show a few slides from that presentation today. But the first question we were asked to look at was, well, okay, what happens, what's the impact on students, on TEG recipients, if indeed the programs were to be merged? And to look at that, we first had to go back and look at the family, and I will emphasize family income quintiles in Texas. And these are 2006 income data, and this is the range. If you divide all families up into 5 groups from the poorest to the wealthiest, your lowest income quintile would range from $0 to $22,000, and the mean of that we pointed out was $12,000, which is basically subsistence living with even that. And the third income quintile, which you could characterize as your middle income families, the ranges are from $39,000 to $62,000. Our recommendation said focus state funds in times of scarce resources on your first 3 income quintile families. We're not saying the 4th income quintile families don't need funds, but we're saying, focus it on the first 3 incomes and when you have scarce resources. And we had looked before at this distribution of aid, the major aid programs in the state, by income quintile, and this distribution reflects the program policies that are in effect for the program. For example, Pell Grants. You have to be like in a 1st or 2nd income quintile family to get a Pell Grant. And even at the 2nd income quintile, it's not shown here, you don't get a full Pell Grant, you get a partial grant. The TEG and Texas grant programs are also heavily focused on the first 3 income quintiles, as you can see by the bars, but there are some students in the 4th and 5th income quintiles that are getting state funds from these programs. So we were looking at, all right, how do we affect something that causes the students in the first 3 income quintiles to benefit from the funds that are now in the TEG program? And we looked at coming up with what we call an EFC cutoff, meaning if your expected family contribution, which is derived from filing your FAFSA and a determination about what the contribution from income should be for college, if that figure were to be over $9,500, we said that's going to reflect families in the 4th and 5th income quintile, and families below that figure will be your 1st, 2nd, and 3rd income quintile families. Now that's approximate. That needs to be looked at, but we're using it for the sake of an example here, and it's got to be something fairly close to the $62,000 limit on the 3rd income quintile. So we took it, working with staff, we used the entire TEG database of recipients from 2006-2007, and we said, okay, if students to be eligible, to get through that doorway for eligibility for potentially Texas grants, if you were merging the programs, they had to have EFC below 9,500. How many does that affect? And we found out that, looking again at that database, that 20% of the students are now in the 4th and 5th income quintiles who are receiving TEG grants, and that amounted to about $12 million last year. The other 80% received about $53 million. So we're not suggesting taking the money away from all those. We're suggesting moving funds from the students in the 20% group to the students in the 80% group. And the reason we're suggesting that is shown here when you start to look at the characteristics of the students also. Above and below 9,500. The income obviously reflects the income quintile they're in. Again, we see a larger percentage of freshmen being below 9,500, a larger percentage of minority students. The Pell Grant obviously is going to show up there because that's the nature of the program and where those go. 80% of the students below the 9,500 have student loans, and 67% above. I mean, almost everybody has student loans these days. Let's be honest about it. If they're going to go to a four-year institution, but the students below 9,500, even with grant aid, as I think Lois was discussing, are heavily having student loans. What we noticed here is the TEG grant is basically, it's very similar regardless of where you're in. And again, that's the program policy and the way that program is currently designed and set up. But we're saying that the students below 9,500, especially the 1st and 2nd income quintile students, ought to be able to get awards at an independent institution that are equal to the awards that students at public universities get, which now is over $5,000. That way, a student making a decision about college would at least have roughly the same Pell Grant, and they would then have the same Texas grant in their pocket to know to help them make that decision. What the institution comes up with is perhaps going to be a key then in helping them make that decision between a private institution and a public university. We also think there'll be some impact on institutions, and later we're going to talk a little bit about the sample that we did with, in this case, the sample included 6 private institutions, very different institutions, and there's great diversity among those institutions in the state. And we looked at their specific number of students who received TEG grants the last year and what percentage of those students were above and below the 9,500 cutoff. And you can see by this chart that roughly 3 of those institutions have greater percentages than the average 80% that are above that cutoff, meaning they have more low-income students, and 3 of the institutions have less. That suggests that there's going to be some redistribution of funds among institutions if you merge the programs, again based on the kinds of students that they enroll, and the money follows the student, so this money would go with the student to the institutions, and that could affect the allocation process. Moving on for a second to the next set of recommendations. These recommendations dealt with independent students. Independent students are self-supporting students. They're frequently older students. Texas grants have about 15%, I think, of the students are independent just because they happen to be perhaps married out of high school or wards of the court or for some other reason, but then it's not targeted to addressing 30-year-olds who are trying to return to school. TEG has about a third of their students are characterized as independent students, and TEOG is a much larger percentage than that. So that's one reason we said to maintain separate funding streams right now until a mechanism can be made to treat independent students consistently across all programs and all school types. We also found when we looked at the set-aside programs designated in TPEG, which was one of the items in Rate of 49, that 50% of the recipients of those programs are independent students. That's how public universities are using those funds. Also 50% of the recipients are minority students. They also tend to use some of those funds to help middle income, that third income quintile student right now at public universities that are not getting Texas grants. So those are recommendations related to those particular topics.
One of the items that we were asked to look at address in this study was the Texas Be on Time program, the loan forgiveness program. And what we found is that across the nation, higher education policymakers, legislators, others are looking for ways to provide incentives for students to complete college in 4 years or less. And we looked at this in terms of Texas. Only 36% of your college students are attending on a full-time basis. So we thought it was entirely appropriate that a smaller secondary program provide this incentive to those students. Again, we would make the Texas grant the cornerstone, the primary program where the focus goes, but we would recommend maintaining the Texas Be on Time loan program. The data that Lois showed this morning in her earlier presentation indicated that this is a program that appeals to students in the higher income quintiles, and that's only natural given reluctance of some families to take out loans, especially in the lower income quintiles and some special populations. So again, our recommendation is that the Be on Time program be kept as a secondary program. It's an important incentive for full-time students. Recommendation 8 is the one that we discussed at length yesterday. Suggested adding a merit criterion for initial eligibility for students out of high school in Texas. The idea behind this was that the student that received the Texas grant would be well prepared academically and very capable of success in college. In our report, we suggest that students be eligible one of 3 ways, either a score on the SAT or ACT test, by ranking in the top half of their high school class, or completing the distinguished high school curriculum. As the chair indicated yesterday, we talked about the low hurdle and the high hurdle, a low hurdle for eligibility and a higher hurdle with additional incentives. In our report, the merit criteria I just reviewed were the eligibility hurdle. We suggested putting a higher incentive in there to attempt to begin changing high school student behavior. In this instance, we suggested a start of a $1,000 program that would provide those students that take the distinguished curriculum, the best and the brighter students would receive an incentive of, in this case, $1,000 for books, supplies, or transportation expenses for college. Following your June committee meeting, we were asked to look at the impact of the recommendation of merit criteria when we merged the TEG and the Texas grant programs and the TEOG program. And then also we were asked to look at an alternative that was suggested by the commissioner that we were asked to examine in the last month. Just a quick refresher, the items contained in our report, again, we recommended a 1350 on the SAT or an 18 on the ACT, recommended curriculum and in the top 50% of the high school graduation class. The alternative the commissioner's staff asked us to explore was the distinguished baccalaureate curriculum, the score of 1,500 or 21, and ranking in the top 30% rather than the top 50%. We first looked at the profile of Texas college entrance exam test takers and compared that to family incomes in Texas. And these are average SAT scores by family income. You can see there's a very close correlation as you go to a higher family income across the bottom of the graph. And you'll see the test scores increasing dramatically as you go up the left axis. The blue shadowed area on the graph pretty much looks at the area where the Texas grant recipients fall. Their families are basically the bottom 3 quintile families, incomes below $60,000 per year. And it's important to note that while these are averages, those students falling in the first 2 quintiles will have a tougher time reaching the higher SAT scores than those as you move up the quintile ladder and test score averages increase significantly. We also took a look at SAT test scores by race and ethnicity. This chart looks at this item. The blue bar shows the number of each ethnic group that scored 1350 on the SAT, and the green bar on the graph shows the number that were able to reach 1500. The bottom line in all ethnic groups is as you moved up from 1350 on the SAT to 1500, you lose about 20% of the eligible recipients. So.
And just as a point of reference, 1,500 on the new SAT is equivalent to 1,000 on the 1,600 scale.
Thank you. Good point. We did the same thing on the ACT test. In Texas, about 75% of the students take the SAT, approximately 25% take the ACT. This shows math scores for Hispanic students on the ACT. We went through all ethnic groups yesterday. I think it's fair to say that in each ethnic group, as you increase from 18 to 19 and 19 to 20 and 20 to 21, you lose about 20%. In this case, it's 22 with African Americans and Caucasians. It was 20% drop in the number of students that would be eligible. This is a summary chart that we did in our report that showed it's an SAT summary where they break out test scores into subgroups showing how various class rank students did, various students for family income categories and by race and ethnicity. And I guess the summary point is here you can see the dotted line across the 1350. Approximately half of all the students in each of those categories would be eligible. As you move up to 1,500, it begins to disadvantage various subgroups, particularly lower income families and families from underrepresented groups.
Okay, that was an overall look at test scores for Texas students taking this test. And then the next thing we wanted to look at is we did a sample, working with board staff and some institutions in a very short period of time. We're really grateful for their help. We collected merit-related data, curriculum, class rank, and test scores from them. We did 18 institutions, 6 public, 6 community colleges, and 6 private institutions. And these were for Texas grants and TEG and TEOG, and we looked at those test scores then to see, well, how many students are going to, how many current grant recipients would meet the criteria under both of these sets we've talked about. And this graph shows that at private institutions, 90%, the blue bar, would meet the criteria proposed in our report. 77% would meet the alternative. At public 4 institutions, the numbers are a little bit better, 95% and 84%, and at public 2-year institutions, it's 63% versus 41%. Now, this is a sample. It is not probably a representative sample, and that's why we said yesterday you need to do analysis on the total population, and you should be modeling on your total population to look at the impact of any programmatic changes, whether merit-related or related to award amounts or need analysis formula, et cetera. But we also talked a bit about, well, what made these students eligible? What was the key factor? Was it class rank? Was it test score? Was it a combination of things? And for public 4-year institutions, 30% had the distinguished curriculum. And it tracks pretty much with the percent graduating from high school and going on to public 4s with that. 47% of students at public 4-year institutions met, this is for the HEI, the blue ones, 47% met both the class rank and the test score. At the public 2-year institutions, 69% were eligible because they met the class rank. So test scores were less likely to be affecting eligibility for students at public 2-year institutions. And at private institutions, 64% met both class rank and the test score requirements. Looking at overall the total population in this sample, one of the issues that we also needed to point out was the data issue. The total number that we had files for, roughly 20% we had no data, and heavily at community colleges, I think 35% of those with no data were from private institutions. This suggests the institutions with open door admissions aren't collecting the data. They have no need to collect the data. Suddenly putting a merit requirement in place means they're going to have to start collecting the data. It's very possible that students aren't taking the test because they don't need to, so they're not paying to do it. So we think that some data, you would think class rank data would be available for these students if we had more time and there was an additional effort to try to get that, to get a better idea of what's going on there. But overall, anyway, from all 3 of these programs, under the HEI criteria, 88% of the students met those criteria. And the reason the TEOG numbers are so small is because we didn't have data. We had like over 300 students in that sample, but we didn't have data for like 266 or something like that. But overall, 88% met the criteria in our proposal, and 74% met the alternative. Now, again, these numbers are small. And again, so I don't think it's fair to extrapolate them right now to the total population, again, because of some of the diversity, and you think you need to do modeling on the full population to be able to decide that. Another thing that we took a look at, Ms. Ross was showing the step down in the ACT scores for the total state population. We looked at the step down here for the Texas grant students in the sample from the public 2s and public 4s. And You can see that they don't score as well. The high percentage of them above 23 is not as great, but actually on a, let me put this up here. We found that 47% of the Texas grant recipients in this sample scored 21 and above, and 74% scored 18 and above. Now, these are students who take the ACT test. Interestingly, when we looked at the students who took the SAT test, 48% scored at the 1,500 mark and above, comparable to the 21, and 74% scored 1,350 and above, very comparable to the 18 and above.
Excuse me, I have a question about the ACT. The ACT has a different college readiness standard in different disciplines, but you used the same number across the board, correct?
We used the composite score.
Okay. And does that give you the same results if you use the college readiness scores in the different disciplines?
We looked at their 4 individual college readiness benchmarks. I think there's clearly very different proportions of students in Texas that meet those various benchmarks. And when you add them all together, there were only like 19% of Texas students that met all 4.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it ranged from about 20 to 60%, depending on which benchmark you used.
Yeah, but wouldn't you get a slightly higher percentage of students who qualified if you use the different benchmarks and the different disciplines rather than using the composite score?
Possibly if you made them eligible just to meet one benchmark, just meet a certain ACT score in math. Again, we did it for simplicity purposes.
So I understand, but we didn't have the data to separate them out by each test score either. So we have a summary of the findings from looking at both the impact of the TEG and TXG combination as well as the merit. And basically, just to summarize here, what we found is that when you try to combine those programs and you focus on the third income quintile students, 20% of the students receiving TEG grants last year would not have gotten funding from that program, but the funds would have been moved to students who are lower income, more likely to have loans, and more likely to be minority students. We suggest also there likely would be shifts among the institutions. I mean, we anticipated that because of the nature of their student body. We also found in the merit requirements that the proposed requirements, we had shifts funds from about 12% of current Texas grant recipients. No doubt they could go to other potential recipients out there, but 12% of students who now receive Texas grants would not. And alternative requirements shift funds from about 26% of the students who now receive them. The use of more stringent merit criteria disadvantaged a greater proportion of minority students and students at community colleges, as we saw. And each test score increase, whether you go from 18 to 19, 17 to 18, or on the SAT, a 50-point increase, usually shifts funds from about 7 to 10% of students. And finally, we wanted to point out that merit data was not available for 1/5 of the students in this sample that we had, again implying that the schools aren't collecting it at the present time, and there would be need to collect that date for them to set something in place to collect the data, and also that making sure students are taking their test scores. Okay.
Our 10th recommendation deals with half of the student population in Texas. The older, non-traditional, self-supporting student. We're suggesting that there be an alternative pathway so that those students can also become eligible for the Texas grant. Many of them have not had the opportunity to take the recommended high school curriculum. Their test scores are probably not as recent as the current test takers. So we had suggested a couple of options where they become eligible by their performance on college-level coursework. And again, this would allow community college students and others to become eligible for the Texas grant based on their performance at college level. Recommendation 11 dealt with the satisfactory progress requirement standards for Texas grant renewal standards. We're suggesting that the standards be made the same as Pell. As I explained yesterday, our rationale is that most Texas grant recipients receive multiple forms of student financial aid. They receive Pell grants, they receive institutional aid funds, they receive other federal grants and private sources, and almost all of those sources require just a satisfactory academic progress to renew the scholarship. And again, the studies in merit programs in Georgia and Texas showed unintended consequences of keeping renewal standards high. They saw students dropping courses, taking lighter course loads, and less students enrolling in sciences and engineering fields. And one thing we wanted to add, today the U.S. Department of Education has been conducting a study where they have tracked longitudinally that over time over 100,000 students through high school and college. And the purpose of this study was to determine what are the factors, the most important factors for college success that determine whether or not the student makes it through. They identified 5 factors that help student success. Significant first-year courses. If a student takes a heavy load their freshman year, they're much more likely to complete. If they limited withdrawals and they don't have to do repeat courses, they're much likely to have college success. If they fill in with using summer terms, generally this indicated college success. Going directly from high school to college was a 4th factor. And 5th factor was taking a strong high school curriculum. And while these are 5 significant items, I think our recommendation related to renewal, again, taking full course load as freshmen, not dropping courses, and having a strong curriculum, I think are really key and important to college success.
Okay, recommendation 12 was related to the idea about putting the Texas grant on a debit card, and we go back again to the small student focus group we said, and I think the most powerful message we got with the student is what you want to give students $5,000 on a debit card, and that was a major concern about that. And I think part of this was trying to make sure that students knew either about the Texas grant, knew they'd received it from the state, or had some way to anticipate whether or not they might receive that. And we recommended using options such as letters to the students or a website or a brochure or something that gives them an estimator of what family income, by family income, family size, whether or not you might expect to get a Texas grant. The next recommendation was having to do with, well, should Texas grant become a centralized program? And we looked at other states for this one. And we looked at what was going on here also. But we noted that a few states larger states in the past few years have moved from a centralized approach to a decentralized approach. And the reason they did it, because now they allocate the funds to the institutions just like you do, but they have very specific award criteria to indicate who's going to receive the awards as you do. But they also have a couple of other things going on. Most of them have an application deadline date, a FAFSA application deadline date. Because right now with the institute, I mean, we talked about this also, that the program is not an entitlement program; it's a fixed cost program. It used to be an entitlement once upon a time, but those days are not here right now. And so students can go to high school and they can do everything that we want them to do, but then what are their odds of getting a Texas grant? Like 50-50? And the institution is basically the one that's making that decision right now. And they're making it based on things like a FAFSA deadline date. Who applies the first, who gets their application earliest. Some institutions are saying, well, I'm going to give it to the students with the lowest DFCs. I'm going to give it to my first income quintile families before I give it to the second, et cetera. But it's not consistent, and it ought to be. Because students ought to know, again, what their chances are of getting an award. So we're suggesting you can keep the program decentralized. It keeps you from having to build systems and put into place an administrative process. It keeps you from having to deal with transactions with students. The financial aid people here could tell you how many times students have to submit changes on their FAFSA because something changed. And then there's letters that have to go back and forth, and award amounts that sometimes change. And it relieves the student of one extra step in one of the process and having to contact the board office as well as the institution. So we're suggesting keeping it decentralized, but doing some things that make it more likely to emulate a centralized system. And so we're suggesting some things like that be looked at and just to try to help with that process. The next recommendation had to do with, I think, the issue of now the tuition is deregulated. Institutions are looking at what their appropriations are, and they're setting their tuition accordingly. And it's difficult for you to project what in the world you need for Texas grant funding when you're not sure what those tuition, and it's focused on tuition, which it ought to be. It's the one direct cost that students can't do much about. I mean, they can change something with their room and board. They can find a roommate or something like that to reduce costs, but they can't do anything about tuition and fees. So we're recommending there that trying to work with the institutions, and your biennial budget process complicates things. Other states have that too. But annual process alone is tough enough because you have to do that a couple of years in advance. But working with the institutions, trying to get their best estimates, or using the Washington Board of Higher Education's database. They've had a long-term database of collecting costs on institutions. It's a well-respected database. You could use that, look at what the average costs are going up there, and use that. The other thing that's happened recently, and I don't have the latest on this, but I know at the federal level, I think both houses of Congress have passed different bills that they're concerned about increases in college costs, which is probably the second thing here. One's your ability to predict what to get in your budget request. The second is increases in college costs and how fast they may or may not be going up. But what Congress is doing is they're looking at that also, and they've got two pieces of legislation out there. Whether they'll become one piece and actually be signed into law, we don't know. But what it would do is if institutions are raising their costs faster than others or at a greater rate, they would be put on a watch list and supposedly eventually perhaps lose federal funding. So that's something else to keep in mind.
One of the items we were asked to look at in the study was the possibility of collapsing small programs. And what we found is Texas is not unusual from most every other state. You have a large number of very small programs that comprise less than 5% of the total amount you spend on student financial aid, and need not be said the administrative inefficiencies that occur with these programs. Most frequently they are developed to lure students into certain occupations, whether it's engineering or teaching or nursing or the like, or frequently to reward public service, such as serving in the National Guard, or can also be for special populations or accomplishments. Our recommendation is that these programs be collapsed into two programs. This may, because a number of governmental officials in our advisory committee suggested to us it may be politically difficult, but we thought having one workforce preparation scholarship program that a committee appointed by this board could review the Texas occupational needs periodically, whether every year or every 2 years, to determine what is the area of workforce shortage where we really need to target funds, and combining the majority of these programs into one of those programs might be a helpful way to address that issue. You have a unique situation with some scholarship programs funded by the Foundation School Funds. We were suggesting that a number of those might be collapsed into a college readiness program, or pilot testing a early commitment program that are taking hold in a number of states. The final recommendation in our report deals with the accountability system, where we recommended that you look closely at doing further work in this area. And Lois just gave a very good report, and we of course would like to add some additional work to Lois and suggest that we add some performance indicators, also a monitoring to make sure that student aid funds out at the institutions are spent in a timely fashion and all of the funds are used to the greatest extent possible. Also, we had discussions yesterday on need for more information on reporting on Texas grant students, their success and their participation, in addition to the work you do for the Closing the Gaps goals. So those are our 16 recommendations. Yesterday, after a 3-hour discussion, we had some concluding observations, which we left with for the board committees. First was to be cautious on, as you begin implementing the merit criteria. We talked quite a bit about the fact you've made success each year in the last 6 years on your participation goals and closing the gaps. You want to keep that in mind as you implement it. There were concerns expressed about non-traditional students and bringing the fact that Texas ranks low in participation of 18 to 24-year-olds as well, so need to bring those students back in. And then the unintended consequences of too high a merit component. Second thing we talked about was phasing in the changes over time. Institutions will need some lead time to collect information from students. They'll need lead time to deal with resource shifts. There's certainly need for modeling and data analysis assessment on the statewide data, and more extensive merit data needs to be collected and retained by a number of the open enrollment institutions. Then the final observation we had was to, again, address the non-traditional student issue, and I know the Commissioner has put this on the agenda for board staff and others to evaluate transfer patterns, to look at students who have dropped out of college and would like to come back, and look at alternatives for increasing participation among the non-traditional students. So we commend him for that. We think you're on the right track. And that completes our 16 recommendations in the report. We'd like to thank the board, and I just would note that when we were here in April, I commented on the open and helpful attitude of the people we met with here in the Texas higher education community and the board. And I would say we put 18 institutions to the test over the 4th of July as we had been collecting a great deal of data right over the 2 weeks around the 4th. And let me say they all delivered superbly. And again, it's been a pleasure working with you guys.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your hard work and your recommendations, and as you could tell from the discussion that we had yesterday, we're taking this very seriously. We did discuss pretty much at length a lot of what they have presented today, but wanted to see, in particular, the Commissioner was testifying yesterday, wasn't able to make comments, so I'd like to give you that opportunity.
Well, first of all, I think it's a very good study and provocative, and I appreciate the fact that you didn't shy away from controversial and difficult issues. I have, as a personal preference, and Lois knows this, I have never liked need-only programs. In all my years as a university faculty member and as an administrator, overseeing financial aid programs, and then spending a year working for the Hispanic Scholarship Fund, it has been my personal experience, and I think the data are overwhelming, that need plus merit programs produce better results than need-only programs. I've always thought that it is not a good message to send to poor students that by virtue of the fact that you're poor, you're going to get aid. It's always been my strong feeling that students should be, from all income classes, should be sent a message that you should be expected to perform as well as you can. I think you have to take into account the different circumstances from which youngsters come, but I think it's a positive message to tell them that we want you to achieve at the highest level possible given your circumstances. the policy question before this board is precisely what I just outlined. You simply give money to students on the basis of income, and what you're saying in effect is if you come from a family of say family income of $30,000 or less, that you are going to be given a preference over a student who comes from a family of income of $40,000 or less, but is achieving at a significantly higher level. Both of them have dramatic financial need. The way we do it now, because we're short of financial aid for all the needy students in Texas, is we give money the way institutions do it, is they start at the lowest levels of income and work their way up until they run out of money. And I don't think that's, my personal view is that's not the best way to provide students financial aid. So what I would like to propose is we continue to work on developing some models for financial aid that would include need plus merit. It's precisely because we know that some criteria are less fair to students than others. I'm a trustee of the College Board, and the College Board has never been able to answer the question satisfactorily for me. The wiser, even when you correct for levels of family income, academic preparation, that students of color still perform less well on the SAT than white students do. So I would never want to use that criterion by itself. So we've come up with multiple measures. We would propose to the board that a need plus merit strategy would be phased in for Texas Grant, so that it wouldn't apply except for students who are in the freshman high school class of 2009 or 2010. Furthermore, what we have been deliberating over among the staff is we're talking about the Texas Grant Program. We're not talking about TEOG. We would still have a pathway for financial aid for students strictly on the basis of need, and that would be through TEOG. And we are requesting a dramatic increase in funding for the TEOG program. I would also point out that those students would have access to Pell Grants. Those will continue to be allocated on the basis of need. But once again, I think it's very important to send a message to all students in Texas that we want you to perform at the best level possible, and that simply being poor is not sufficient when we don't have enough money to go around. There are plenty of poor students who do very well in school.
Dr. Phillips?
I think I'd be inclined to go along with you if we were sure that they all had good teachers.
Well, we can't. We can't.
No, we can't, but we could.
Well, down the road we could.
I think that's
and you're absolutely right, and implicit in your comment is that has to be our highest priority.
And I think that's exactly where I was coming from yesterday, as well as all the readiness efforts that we're doing, meaning P through on up, have got to work so that when we say, merit plus need, it's the same for every student, the 30 and below quintile and the 40 and above quintile, that they have access to the same preparatory opportunities. And I don't think that's an assumption that's dangerous, because it's not true necessarily.
But remember, the criteria that we're talking about implementing compare students to other students in similar circumstances. For example, the top 30% of your high school graduating class or the top 50% of your high school graduating class. That's the other kids in the same socioeconomic circumstances that you were in. When we talk about having a when we get to develop a uniform GPA. This wasn't in your recommendations because we don't have one yet. But we're charged with establishing that. And so it'll be a 3.0 GPA compared to other students in the same school who come from similar circumstances. We're not comparing a 3.0 at, I'll pick my high school, El Paso High School, to Highland Park or Bel Air High School. We're saying that we're defining merit within the context of individual students in all the high schools in Texas. I agree. It's not fair to compare a kid from El Paso High School or Bowie High School in El Paso to Highland Park.
Nevertheless, the data showed the shift in the dollars, especially the ICUT data showed the shift in the dollars and how those were allocated based on merit when they applied the merit criteria. So,
well, yes, but we're also there are students of color in that third quintile.
Oh, absolutely.
Actually, and that was some of the information we asked as a follow-up to break down those quintiles and break down the impact on the percentage of minority and at-risk students after the merit criteria were applied.
Think of all the negative messages that are embedded in a policy that rewards financial aid strictly on the basis of need. We don't expect you to perform at a high level. One could argue that embedded in that message is we don't think you can perform at a high level. I reject both those points of view.
Except that they can't get into a public or a state university in Texas without the recommended curriculum.
Exactly.
So that automatically, hopefully, and this will be the first year to be able to look at that data or begin to track it, but ideally and hopefully that will at least raise that level of their rigor and their preparedness.
Well, you saw a slide earlier that showed that 67% of students who take the recommended high school program are actually college ready. That has to be 100%.
Right, and until we look at some sort of an assessment, which we know tax is not that assessment, where there is that cut point that is like a mastery level, like you've recommended the distinguished program, we probably won't get to that 100%. Mr. Wingo.
I find this all extremely interesting, and I think the key thing, and I again commend the study that was presented to us this morning. I think when we look at this overall, I think we have to look at it from a number of different thought processes. Number one, I think one of the key factors is impact. What will be the impact by quintile if we adopt or these programs go forward? As we look at the information that was delivered, we also realize, as was clearly presented, that some of it is not based on statistically valid sample sizes. So there are other issues of consideration, as was also stated, that this probably needs to be broadened to make sure that we cover all those different issues. I would love to see the data cut in such a way that we're looking at urban areas as it relates to the overall areas, as it relates to areas where there are high concentration of Hispanic students or African American students and all students. I think the UT PA study that we looked at earlier today is a great example of what can and should happen. I think there definitely needs to be a deeper and ongoing study that we look at from year to year so that we can really analyze where we're going and what we're doing so that we create the right kind of impact as it relates to our students. As Elaine said earlier in a conversation today or yesterday regarding we're looking back now at students as they're entering school and what's that impact going to be. I'm also looking at this from the point of view as a private citizen who sits on the Texas One board and workforce readiness, what it's going to mean for our state as we try to attract future jobs to the state of Texas. We're doing a pretty darn good job right now as it relates to beating the national averages by a wide margin in terms of attracting greater job opportunities for Texans. But as we look at moving from a majority state to a majority minority state, I think we really have to be mindful of what's the impact going to be of first generation college students, what's the impact of students that are are coming from poor and underprivileged areas. I agree that we need to look at how do we incentivize these students to do better. What are those incentives, though, and what are those measurement techniques that are going to be used to determine what that criteria is going to be, so that we are not putting the very students that we're trying to help at risk.
Absolutely.
I think this is healthy debate. I think we really need to take a real close, hard look to make sure that we're doing things that we make sure that the UT Pan Americans and the University of Houston and UT El Paso and colleges and universities and community colleges all over our state are feeling positive impact that's going to help our student populations as the years go forth.
Mr. Ryder?
Great comments, Bob. I think those really capture a lot of what we said yesterday. The other thing I heard today that Commissioner, since you weren't here, in your comments, that really does fills in a gap that we did not address yesterday is that HEIA is recommending that we combine TEOG, TEG, Texas Grant on a long-term basis, over the long-term basis. And one thing I heard the Commissioner say was, which is contrary to that, was maintain TELG separately as a needs-only type program, and that's where 70% of the enrollment's coming from. And that changes my, when I say changes my perspective, I agree with all the comments that have been made in how we look at Texas Grant and making sure that we're not, you know, taking away money from young people that historically have. But I think we can't lose sight, if we maintain TEOG, if this board feels like that's important, and we also tie that in with our recommendation for the LAR this afternoon, that we're going to serve a lot of those students with 70% of the new enrollment coming through those community colleges. So I agree 100%, but that's a little bit different slant from what we didn't really focus on that yesterday. We're hearing combine these programs. So I think, well, in that further study, we've got to look at that.
Well, I said it was an excellent study, but that was one recommendation with which I don't agree.
But I mean, that's, to me, it's really
the reasons that you identified.
Because I go back to the numbers, Lois, you said, on TELG, even though we're only serving 4% of the students, 95% of those students are in the lower two quintiles. 64% of them are minorities. So I just think we need to factor that into the study, because I think your points about, it goes back to our question yesterday, how successful are we in getting all these students through the pipeline too? And that's another factor we've got to do, so we do get them into the workforce. So
it's a pretty teensy-weensy little factor. I mean, you really can't, 4%, it's not going to affect, I mean, I don't see how, I grant the argument, but if it were the same funding amount, it'd be a compelling argument. But at the present funding level, it's...
No, but I think that's our role, is to communicate, and I think that's, through the LAR process, the importance of that. So yeah. I agree. I'm not saying that we adopt this report. I'm just saying I think that does cast a little bit different light, and you're looking at two different funding programs instead of one collapsed program. And I think we've got to consider that as we move forward. And
that's
do the work
really a good point. One of the other things that the Commissioner pointed out is that we're comparing students within the same high school. And I think we may lose sight of that. It reminds me of, the fact that for example, in Houston, I think there are only maybe 2, maybe 3 high schools in the entire school district of 35 or 40 high schools that do not have a majority of students that are on free and reduced lunch. Most of them are 80 to 90%, and the school district is 90 or 91% minority. So if you take a slice of any one of those high schools, that's who you're talking about, and they're only competing in against each other. So you're going to be taking the top 50% of those kids. You're going to be taking the kids that are minority and first generation and poor. Because that's who they are.
Imagine, and obviously this is an exaggerated example to make the point, but imagine a situation where 2 kids in the same high school, one of them whose family has an income of $45,000, which is very poor, and another one that has an income of $35,000, which is still poor, and the kid from the $35,000 family says, well, I don't have to work hard in school because I'm gonna get a grant. I'm gonna get a Texas grant. And the kid who's still poor, who's working harder and is trying to do better, doesn't have a shot at the grant. I think that, as I say, my experience has been that need plus merit programs are by far the most successful in terms of encouraging students to do well and the state getting the best return on its investment. We will run the numbers. Clearly, we have a lot of work to do. We have to do some of the things you indicated, Bob. We have to talk to members of the legislature and make sure they understand what we're proposing. I was struck by the fact that every letter that we've received opposing our ostensible recommendations got our recommendations wrong.
I think that the key thing here to me is for everyone to clearly and completely understand what the criteria for merit really indicates.
Absolutely.
What does that really mean, and what are the measurement tools? It's kind of like in basic marketing. We always want to know who, what, and then why. I think the why component is the component that we really haven't uncovered yet. And once we have that uncovered truth in our hands, I think everyone will be in a much more comfortable and better position to understand how we're going to move forward.
Any other comments? Oh, I'm sorry.
I think the other thing is that if we can couch two things. If we can couch the merit component as being rewarded with incentives. For instance, one of the comments from yesterday was that Indiana is a state that gives establish a benchmark and then express it as a percentage above 100%. But for ease of understanding, they give 100% to students who take what would be the equivalent of our distinguished curriculum. And I'm pulling numbers out of the air.
80%.
80% to what would be the recommended curriculum. And I don't know whether they give a percentage to the base curriculum, and maybe it's more like 50%. But you know, it's stratified like that, and the incentive is aimed at getting them to prepare while they're in high school to be college ready. We don't know, of course, we won't know for 4 years the impact of our college ready initiatives and how that affects these numbers. You know, as Elaine said yesterday, we're out of necessity, we're looking back over our shoulder at past figures, not really sure if they will be as applicable looking forward. The third comment is, it's the easiest thing in the world to say, well, we're going to send this on, but what we really need is more study. Okay, well, when is that going to be done, and what are we going to do then?
Well, I would like to get something to the board by the fall meeting.
I think we need to set ourselves deadlines and not just,
Well, if we don't do it by the fall, it's too late to take any action on this in the next session.
Yes.
I would just reiterate that educator quality needs to be part of the discussion. It is not solved by saying, we don't solve educator quality high school by high school. I mean, it's classroom by classroom, and we all know that you don't have this consistent education quality within a high school, and we all know that the old tracking system still exists, and that the poorest students get the poorest teachers by and large, and that just has to be a factor. It just is a factor for a while. I hope it won't be for very long in the future.
Good comment. Any other questions, comments? Okay, I want to read the motion again and see if we all agree on that, in case we've forgotten. Consideration of transmitting the feasibility study for restructuring state student financial aid programs in Texas to the Governor and Legislative Budget Board as required by the 80th Texas Legislature in House Bill 1, the General Appropriations Act in Rider 49, pages 3 through 56 and 57. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Fred Helderson, second by Elaine Mendoza. All in favor?
Can we discuss it?
Certainly, we can discuss it.
I just feel a lot of reluctance about this. I wish there was some way we could tell them we've done it, but we need to do more.
Well, you're not approving.
I know. I understand that, but I'm just. as Bob has pointed out, this thing is going to be misunderstood.
One of the things that I should have pointed out at the beginning that I had forgotten is that we did recommend that within the binded report that's going to the Legislative Budget Board and to the Governor, that there would be an explanation and that we would elaborate on our concerns, on our recommendations, on our discussion, on our need for long-term study, the fact that IPED has done what we've needed for the private schools, what we can kind of overlay for the state institutions. What else was that? What am I forgetting that was in the letter? But that the letter actually illustrate some of the concerns that we might have in moving forward.
And then you can move forward with further diligence and study and
Yeah, I think you're obligated to transmit the study. But I think the cover letter can indicate very clearly what the board's position on the study is, and that we're transmitting the study as required by statute, but we are conducting further examination of the recommendations, and that the transmission doesn't necessarily mean agreement with all the recommendations or any or all of the recommendations.
Yeah, I understand that. I just hate to get the debate going before we got the debate points really, honed in on. And we see what happened already from the most knowledgeable people about the process. So anyway, I guess we'll be prepared for all of that.
Well, and if all else fails, as Senator Ellis said, what he needs to do is get his ducks in a row with the rest of the legislature so that we can get more money so that we don't have this discussion.
Yes, that would solve the problem.
Well, that would be the ideal solution.
That's the ideal solution.
The other factor.
That's right.
That's true.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now going out of order one more time. Agenda item 6B is the discussion of the college readiness mandates, responsibilities, and deadlines document. Mr. Ryder, what do you think as far as timing?
How many things do we have that weren't on the consent agenda?
This is the only thing other than written report. Items 6D through U have been moved to the consent calendar. Agenda item 6V is the 5 written updates on P16 initiatives. So it is a V, but what can I say? So the only thing that we have left really to discuss is item 6B.
I would encourage us to take a lunch break.
Okay.
I just think for those remaining in the audience, and I would also say, but I don't know for staff, I don't know how much time we need to spend on the remaining items. But we've had substantive conversations on other items, but we do have institutions here that we need to do the approval of their capital projects, and I'd like to be able to take that up as quick as we can right after lunch. And that's a pretty quick lunch. We'll be back by 1 o'clock.
Okay, why don't we do this at our next committee meeting, and we keep doing this each time. We keep pushing it off, and it is so important. Why don't we do this at our next committee meeting of participation and success? Certainly all board members are invited. Why don't we focus on that, if at all possible, put that at the very beginning of the agenda and move the discussion to the committee. I hate to do that, but,
So we would be taking your items B.
Which was supposed to be the main focus.
Could I say something so that as you take your document home with you, what I did in my 4 months here after looking at the sets of documents that we've had to address this issue, I have taken it, since I think you like the chart form so that it's easier to follow, and listed the objectives that are on page 1 of item B, and given you the purpose, the description, the work plan, which was on your original document, the implementation issues that we faced. But what I've done in the last 2 columns is given you the current status of where it is right now and what the next steps are that we are working on. And so that every month we will update this, and at the top I have given you the amount expended thus far of 208 funds and the balance. Now keep in mind that this balance rolls over into the next fiscal year, but as we are watching our budgets, we won't have money left over. I mean, we've got projects that are already in place and coming, and so every month or every board meeting, you will have a fiscal accounting of where we are financially with each of these items. And as we add more projects, then you will see them. But you'll have a full accounting as you go through each board meeting.
Judy, I think that's a great addition.
Yeah, this is fantastic.
And Lori, I apologize. We really do want to give this time.
I know. That's why I'm thinking at the committee meeting, if that's hopefully our focus, we can, move that to the top. The other thing that I'd asked of Dr. Laredo is that we color code so that we can look at, implementation and where we are in timelines and have it, stand out so that we can kind of figure out where we are with each of them. And I think that would make it more helpful for all of us.
So I guess the only action item is E.
Yes, sir.
The other thing I wanted to, if I may be allowed to recognize Dr. Sharon Jackson from the Texas Education Agency. Dr. Jackson is the Associate Commissioner for Standards and Programs, and she was here today in case you had any questions. And Sharon, I thank you for taking time from your busy schedule. And also to let you know that we as an agency, coordinating board, and my division, my key staff, along with key staff from the Texas Education Agency, are meeting regularly every month to keep ourselves aligned, in tune, and working together in bridging this P16 initiative. In fact, on the 30th, we have a meeting with Dr. Chris Clute on the end of course assessment. We have a 2-hour meeting to get a full update on that so that I'll be able to bring that back to you. So that is an effort, and Dr. Jackson, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sitting through the morning also. Ms. Bricker, is there any other action item that we do need to take?
Yes, there is one, if we can do that very quickly. Agenda item 6E was not on the consent calendar. Consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board to authorize the board chair and chair of the committee on participation and success to approve the Adult Basic Education and Post-Secondary Alignment Report, House Bill 1, General Appropriations Act, Rider 50, pages 3 through 54, 59, 80th Texas Legislature. Do we want to just move to adopt, or would you like to get an explanation from Lois?
This
will just be very fast. We have contracted with the University of Houston to do a study on adult basic education that's in compliance with the rider that was in the appropriations bill. The report will be coming to us on August 15th. We have to get it to the legislature by September 1st, and because of the dates of meetings, there wouldn't be time for a full vote, so we are asking permission to have the chair of the committee and the chair of the board to do that approval for us to review the report and recommend that it go forward. And of course, we'll send copies to all members of the board.
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
There's a move by Ms. Mendoza, second by Mr. Wingo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Those are the only action items, and
you got table V and W also.
They're just reports.
Are those just reports?
Those are written updates on P16 initiatives, and yeah, they're all written reports.
And then the license plate deal that we can do.
I'm sorry, what?
The license plate, that's W, isn't it?
That's enough.
That's a written report.
Written too.
Okay.
Right.
I would ask you to take time to read some of those reports, especially the African American Task Force. There are some recommendations there, and the Latino Task Force. So that information.
Okay.
We will be moving forward with some of those recommendations.
That's great. We are going to stand adjourned. I will note that it was originally noted on the original agenda item that we would adjourn into executive session, which there's no longer need to do that. So we will adjourn for 30 minutes for lunch and return at 1.
30 minutes? Yeah.
For Mr. Shepard today, I've asked Mr. Heldenfeld, Vice Chairman of Strategic Planning, to give that report today.
Thanks, Whit. And the first item is Mr. Ryder's comments. So whatever I say will be attributed to Whit. Most of everything is contained in the agenda items. There's not a lot to report on. Just two quick comments. What the board members will see today is the new format that the Strategic Planning Committee is recommending on project summaries. It follows immediately behind the descriptive part of the old format for comparison, but then the statistical part is all the new format. I'll talk a little bit more about that when we get into the projects. And then the other thing is that of the 6 projects that the board has to look at, one of them, the Texas A&M Health Science Center in Round Rock, was brought to the committee to be approved on an emergency basis. And but we still wanted to present it to the board so that the board was aware of it. And we'll talk more about that later in detail. Mr. Chairman, did you have anything else you wanted to add before we jump into the agenda item? I think Lori had a couple of comments.
Yeah, I just wanted the record to reflect that I'm going to abstain and recuse myself on discussions and votes on both the University of Houston and Midwestern State items this time. I'm an investment banker with First Albany Securities, and whereas I am not involved in any higher education bond work at all, my bank is working currently with these institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Duly noted in the record. First item is agenda item 7B, which is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to construction, rehabilitation, and property purchase projects. The committee at its last meeting saw presentations on these 6 projects in June. The first project is a request from Texas Tech University to construct the Rawls College of Business Administration. The board is being asked to approve the evaluation of the project. The majority of the funding source for this project is TRBs. This project meets the board's standards for space need, cost efficiency, deferred maintenance, and critical deferred maintenance. And Mike Ellicott with Texas Tech is available to answer any questions the board may have. So that's what the script says. Is Mike available?
He was here earlier.
Okay.
I don't think he's made it back from lunch.
Why don't we just skip to the next one?
Let's do that, yeah. Let's go ahead and move to the second one. The second project is a request from the University of Texas at Austin to construct a student activity center that you see on the screen over there. Dave Dixon and David Ray. Is it Ray? Okay. Well, Dave, you want to come on up to answer any questions the board may have?
And to apologize for my informal attire. I'm afraid I was kind of shoehorned into this at the last minute. And worse than that, I've got a Texas Tech mascot on the shirt, so I don't know.
We need a graphic record of that.
I've always taken Yosemite Sam to be the patron saint of project managers. I'd be happy to answer any questions on the project, or I can present a brief summary of the board's request.
The committee does recommend approval of this project. It's for $69.4 million. And I believe it meets all criteria except the, let me make sure I'm not flipping.
Yes, sir, that's accurate. It meets all the standards except for efficiency. We're at 59% efficiency instead of the 60%. The reason for that is there are some anthropology labs in the liberal arts portion of this student activity center. Those labs drop the efficiency just below the standards that the board has set.
Okay. Are there any other questions? If not, then the chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second from Elaine and Joe. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Getting out of order. The third project is also a request from the University of Texas at Austin, MD Anderson Cancer Center, to construct an administrative support building. Is Susan Lipka here? Okay. Can't imagine why she'd want to.
I can't imagine. Nice warm day like today. Hi, I'm Butch Kuster with MD Anderson. If I can
answer any questions, I'd be happy to.
Any questions on this project? The committee recommends its approval.
Fred, if I remember right, I think that this was going to allow them to also free up a lot of occupancy expense that the other buildings you're in right now.
The majority occupants of this building are coming from outside lease spaces.
Right.
And it also helps us consolidate several departments that are scattered across the campus. So it really is helping us out from that standpoint, that we get out of a lot of, non-MD Anderson leases.
Yeah, if I remember right, I can't remember the number, what Susan said in terms of payout on this.
I was thinking it was about a 10-year or
So it was
something.
like a 10-year payout.
In terms of lease savings, compared to the construction costs. Susan, I also noticed as I've looked at the sort of the book combining the two formats, that it looks like, I don't know if this is the right line, but we've got I guess that's just an NA on property appraisals. That's just there on every sheet, but marked as NA except for...
Those where you're actually purchasing property.
Okay. Any other questions regarding the MD Anderson Cancer Center? If there are none, the chair would entertain a motion for approval. So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The fourth project is UT Medical Branch at Galveston to construct a specialty care center at Victory Lakes. It is Mike Schreiner here.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We appreciate your consideration of this project. I'm happy to answer any questions.
The committee recommends approval of this project. It meets all of our standards. There is a note I would call to your attention. As you look at how we're breaking down the cost now, we also are breaking it down by percentage as well as dollar amount. Fixed equipment in this project is unusually high, but explained in note number 3 because it includes $15 million of imaging equipment, as well as other miscellaneous surgery and sterile processing facility equipment. Are there any questions for Mike? If not, the chair would entertain a motion for approval.
Move to approve.
Lane motions. Is there a second? Second. Bob seconds. All in favor of approving this project, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Thanks, Mike. Fifth project is the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center at Dallas to purchase land and improvements at Exchange Park. Is Michael Serva or Suzanne Younger here?
No.
Which one of you is Suzanne?
I'm Kirby, but I'm here to represent Southwestern Medical Center today.
Tell me your name again.
Kirby.
All right, Kirby. Committee recommends approval of this acquisition. It meets all criteria except for, it meets all criteria except for those that aren't applicable, obviously. And are there any questions regarding the notes or the information on this project?
Fred, I would just like to Kirby remind that most of us have seen this before, but if I remember right, again, this also was saving a substantial amount of lease expense. Also,
That's correct.
$3 million plus or something.
That's correct. About $3.3 million a year. Right now, we lease about 180,000 square feet of these facilities. We have about 61,000 square feet in other properties nearby. And we have about 191,000 square feet of space in other purchased buildings that we would vacate and consolidate all into this building.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, the chair would entertain a motion to approve the purchase. To approve. Bob has moved. Is there a second? Second by Lane. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
The last item on here is the Texas A&M University System Health Science Center to construct a lease purchase health professions education center. Now, this project was approved on an emergency basis by the Committee on Strategic Planning in June. It was approved on an emergency basis in order to try to meet the schedule for breaking ground and constructing the building so that it would be open and available for the fall 2009 semester. It is being built by a private developer and then will be leased to the Texas A&M Health Science Center. And so there were some certain milestone deadlines that need to be met. I think, was Nancy Dickey going to be here today?
She was here earlier.
She was here. Oh.
There she is.
Just don't ask me to perform a delivery or something like that. I'll probably get along fine. Mr. Chairman, McGregor Stevenson for the A&M system. I apologize. Dr. Dickey's on her way back and is a few minutes away yet. But Mr. Heldenfels has accurately let us put the information forward, and we're looking to do this so that we can accelerate the timeline that we would traditionally need to get this facility up and running, and using the lease purchase option gives us more options in terms of getting the procurement taken care of and move through faster. And so that was something that we were trying to get accomplished so that we can get the facility in place and begin the medical education there in Williamson County.
McGregor, why don't you explain briefly just kind of the students that will be utilizing this facility and how it fills out the medical school.
And I'm going to stall and vamp for time a little bit, but my understanding is this is going to be the 3rd and 4th year medical students who will be there after they have completed their first 2 years at one of the other locations. And so it will be giving them an opportunity to do their practical experience there in Williamson County, as opposed to just being located either in Temple or in College Station.
Does the board have any further questions about the project?
The only thing I know for the board is, one, I want the board to fully understand why we would take, make an emergency approval. I can't remember hardly any time we've done that in the strategic planning area. And I don't know if you can comment on the time frame. I think this meant a substantial lag. Fred, I can't remember in the number of months as to when they could get this project off the ground and then have it ready for the students. And but I think it was like a 4 or 5 month gap.
Well, it was there was at least a 60 to 90 day gap, because it would have pushed the approval at the bond review board. That's right. To the next later bond review board meeting, which I think there was one that you were able to make this month that preceded our board meeting. Is that correct?
No, I believe that's correct.
I think it's next week.
Okay.
We have to get it approved.
The end of the month.
Yes, it comes to us before it goes to the bond, and the meeting is next week, or early part of next week. And if it had not been approved in time for that one, or no, I guess it was before this. Otherwise, it would have gone. It would have been the middle of September or something like that before they could have gone forward. And so that was the.
And for once, an owner believed a contractor that they needed the time in order to complete it by the
And just to clarify, we're not trying to get an emergency approval when this building is going to be completed in 2010. This is looking to be completed by 2009. So just wanted to make sure we're clear on that.
The other unique thing about it is that this, I think, the first time we've seen the structure of a lease purchase, where basically the developer is assuming a lot of that risk, obviously, but this is subject to appropriated funds. And isn't that right, Susan, from what I understand?
They are going to be seeking appropriated funds for it to pay the debt service, the lease
payments. And that was a question the committee had was, are we approving this without having the funding for the project? And the representation that was made to us is that it is the co-developer understands that this is subject to those appropriations being approved, which also is going to cause great scrutiny on controlling the cost during the construction period.
Yes, sir.
Also, the the rental agreement calls for the rent to never exceed fair market value. So it's intended to completely, I guess, amortize the debt and be owned by the system at the end of the lease, I recall.
I believe that's the intent with the lease purchase, and I apologize for not being better informed on this. So.
At least you didn't have to deliver a baby.
This is preferable, yes.
Are there any other questions about this project? Again, there's no action required on the sixth one because the committee already approved it on an emergency basis. But we're going to be fully aware and vetted as much as they felt the need to. All right.
And we can go back to number 1, Texas Tech.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, those guys. Mike?
Afternoon, sir. How are you all doing?
Fred's cheering.
The project before you is our $70 million new Rawls College of Business Administration. Carefully planned, well thought out, fully funded. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Just did.
That was succinctly put, effectively put. Are there any questions for Mike about the Texas Tech Rawls College of Business? Not the chair would entertain a motion to approve.
I would make that motion.
Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Thanks, sir. Heck of a sales point.
Briefly, before we move on, I do want to just touch on the new format. Elaine and I have served as a kind of a task force on looking at the facilities approval process. I'm not going to go into a great deal of detail, but the first thing we've done was to try to streamline and improve the format, the presentation of the information, and we're still going to be tweaking it a little bit. I think one of the things we want to do is still add some project schedule information on here, although we do have a block that shows kind of what the phase is, what phase the project's in at the time of submittal. But the presentation part of it is basically complete. However, we are going to add as the third page to each project the one-page report card once that becomes completed and fully developed. So that will be the additional information, the one-page report card on each institution that goes with the projects as they come in. The other thing, and Susan, we have the maps. The other thing we wanted to do...
These are hot off the press.
Hot off the press. Is quarterly, as we consider projects, is to put them in context using a map, not only geographical context, but also service region, etc.
And this is just an example. This is actually 2 maps that are engineering programs. We have a consultant trainer coming in August to help our staff. The staff has gone ahead and started experimenting with the map process so they have more questions lined up for the consultant when they come in. But this is roughly what the map will look like. This one has baccalaureate degree programs in electrical engineering and then mechanical engineering. And so we'll be able to pull down whatever maps are appropriate to put in with the projects. And also this will be available on the web. And people will be able to look at where the different programs are geographically. This is a
program/facility.
Yes, the facilities will also be in here, but we're doing it for multiple
facilities. Lynn talked her into programs out here.
We wanted it all. We want it all. So this is the program piece, but then as we get the maps developed, we'll be able to shift it to different databases and pull different information.
The next 2 tasks that the Facilities Approval Task Force was going to undertake, besides the final tweaking of the presentation information, was we've asked Susan and Gary have worked with us to analyze some of the guidelines, and one of them was the deferred maintenance guidelines, which after doing some research, Gary recommended that we really were following best practices as far as our deferred maintenance guidelines, and felt good about how we compared to other states statistically, in fact, on the cumulative amount of deferred maintenance that our institutions have. The other 2 guidelines that are continuing to be researched are classroom utilization, classroom and lab utilization, which are now guidelines, but which we would like to become standards if we can find effective, meaningful information, which we don't really currently have in terms of where they fall in the range. And then lastly, new guidelines for the cost standard per square foot, the cost per square foot standard. There's more research tonight. Susan, do you have an update on that?
We do. We actually, we've done some work on the classroom utilization, looked at what's going on in other states. We have asked for volunteers from the institutions to be on a committee to look at different ways that we can incorporate some of the student activities that go on in the classroom, see how we can incorporate some of that information into our standards and guidelines. And so we're in the beginning stages of that now, and we'll be talking with y'all more about that as we get the groups going.
And that research is concluded, and the last thing that Elaine and I as a task force will do with Susan and Gary is meet with representatives from the institutions themselves to talk about not only the changes in format, but more importantly, some of the ideas that we'll then have to present based on that research on the standards and as well as the process of approval itself. Whether or not we need to consider a consent agenda for certain projects, how best to use the time of the representatives from the institutions when they come up here and spend maybe 30 seconds at the table talking about a project. Is that what's really required and how we go about our process of presentation?
After they've already spent 3 hours with us.
Being fully informed on the state of our education. So that's just a quick update on what, how you're seeing the changes in the information. The next agenda item is item 7C. An informational item for the board. No action is required. Projects listed in this agenda item are ones that the Committee on Strategic Planning either approved the project or the evaluation of the project at its June meeting. But if there are any questions about any of these particular projects, we can discuss those. Five of those. If there's no questions regarding those 5 projects approved by the committee, we'll move on to agenda item 7D, report on program and facilities decisions made by the commissioner or assistant commissioner since the previous board. This is also informational. Did you get a chance to answer my one question earlier?
Yes, I did. You may remember that anything over $50 million is to come to the board. And you will see some of these that were approved by the commissioner at 138 and 90 million. Those were over 50% TRB. And so by our rules, as long as they meet all of the guidelines and the standards, or all the standards, then the commissioner is able to approve those. And that is the ones that are over that threshold, that's what the problem, where they lie, is they were on TRBs.
Are there any questions regarding the projects listed under item 7D? If not, item 7E as an update on the Governor's Task Force on Incentive Funding. It's not an action item, but an informational item, and I think a report has been handed out.
Yes, there are actually 2 reports. There's a copy of the report, and then there is an additional sheet of paper that shows the task force recommendation compared to the coordinating board recommendation for the incentive funding. And I will point out that the way the rider was included Lamar State College, Port Arthur, and Orange, so those 2 institutions were included in the coordinating board recommendation. The task force actually included those 2 institutions with the community college part of their recommendation. So you will see the coordinating board is at $80 million and the task force recommendation is $80.5 million. And that is the difference in those. I just wanted to point that out before we got started. Okay, and I'm going to go through a real quick presentation. And the commissioner and Mr. Ryder were both on the committee, so if you have questions, one of us could.
So is Bob Shepard.
Oh, yes, and Mr. Shepard. If you have questions, I'm sure somebody I'm first going to start with what are the similarities between the task force recommendation and the coordinating board recommendation, and that is the weights for critical fields and at-risk students. Additional weight was provided for critical field or an at-risk graduate, and a additional weight if they were combined. So you got a weight of 1, 1, or 2 for the critical and at-risk. Funding was split between a 3-year rolling average for $40 million and another $40 million that was allocated for increases in degrees awarded. $20 million in both of the scenarios went to top 10% scholarship. And so those are the similarities. And now a little bit about the differences. Obviously, the first one was that the task force recommendation included an additional $40 million for the community colleges. The rider did not specify community college. It was very specific about general academic teaching institutions. So that is, your recommendation only dealt with what was included in the rider. That was one of the biggest differences. The task force also included counting all awards. They got a bachelor's degree, graduate, or any of the graduate degrees, special professional. Your recommendation was mirrored along with the formula funding recommendation. And we have the performance funding in that recommendation, and then so your incentive funding was only for graduates at risk and critical field graduates. That was another difference. And the task force included all of them. The main reason was because the coordinating board recommendations for formula funding don't go into effect till fiscal year 10 and 11 if they are adopted. So they wanted to give a bonus to all graduates, and so they included them in their task force recommendation for FY09 because the formula recommendations don't go into effect yet. Also, the increase from the board's perspective was FY07 compared to the 3 prior years, so 04, 05, and 06. The task force recommendation went 2 years to 2 years, so it's 06, 07 compared to 04, 05. And as far as going, the $40 million that was set aside for increases in degrees awarded, the task force took the total number of the increases, and each increase got the same amount. For your recommendation, you broke it out into percentage increase groups, if you'll remember. So the top 25% that had the highest 25% got a higher amount per degree awarded than the middle 25% and then the bottom 50%. The theory there was to incentivize institutions to do better, so that if they had a higher increase, they actually got a larger amount per increased degree. For the community colleges, I'll just go over the task force recommendation for FY09 was the $40 million. They basically split it out for $20 million. Actually, they had all $40 million of it in a 3-year rolling average of 05 and 607 with weights, as you can see, 1 for an associate degree, 1 for a transfer student, certificate 1, which is a usually less than 30-hour certificate degree. They gave a 0.5 weight to, and a 0.75 for a certificate 2, which is generally 30 to 45 hours in that range. And then they gave a weight of 0.5 for critical field, 0.5 for at-risk, and a total of 1 for a critical field at-risk. Now we'll go on to the FY 10 and 11 recommendations. And these were dollars that were brought forward, and these are annual recommendations. The $100 million you had was for 1 year. The rider was only for FY09. So these amounts are actually for each of the years of the biennium. So incentive away based on $371 million split across, and I have the, as you can see on the slide, where the split comes in across. Then in addition to the awards on graduates, the task force is also recommending external research incentives. It shows for general academics $185 million per year, but out of that they are recommending to subtract out programs or funds that they feel are already research incentives, such as the competitive knowledge grant, research development funds, those sort of things would be subtracted out of that amount for each institution.
Just for, you're doing a great job, Susan. Just one clarification on the $371 million. The task force was very supportive of the recommendation that we had made on performance funding in our formula funding recommendations. The challenge that the task force had is they could not assume that that was going to be a done deal in the legislature. So the way you've got to really read into this, but of a $371 million, for instance, 185 is for general academics. Well, we were recommending, I think we recommended $178 million
for the biennium
for general academics, which is about $89 million a year. So if we did get the $89 million under the formula funding recommendation, that $185 million would be reduced by that $89 million, so that you're not incenting twice, basically, for degrees. And so, anyway, and then the same was true on the external research. I think, Raymond, if I remember, those research accounts for about $85 million, if I remember right. So that would be new incremental money of about $100 million.
In addition to the amount of money, the last slide, there was a request to put in quality measures. That was not tied down. They basically left it to the coordinating board to determine how to, they punted again, to how to determine what quality measures and how those quality measures would be put into place. But they wanted, basically they understand that there are some exams out there. Nursing is a prime example. You have to pass a nursing exam before you can become a registered nurse, that sort of thing. But there are also areas where there are no exams available currently, and they would have to be developed, that sort of thing. So the way they added quality is they gave it a weight of 0.2, and then it would be up to the coordinating board to determine which exams could be used for quality and which areas of graduates did not have appropriate criteria exams to be taken, and then the institution could be automatically given a 0.2 weight in those areas. So that is something that y'all will probably get to see again. And that's just a real quick overview of the program as the way it's gone. That's why we went ahead and gave you the task force report itself. If there's any questions, feel free to call, because it goes into a lot of detail and it's very confusing at times.
Chairman, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Do you have anything you want to add, either one of you?
I don't want to say one more word about incentives.
We've certainly spent a lot of words on it. Do any of the board members have questions regarding this report of the task force recommendation?
Is some of the rationale in here in this report?
Some of it.
Some of it. Okay, well, I'll hold my questions.
Lynn and Rick, and I went back and reread this again this past weekend just to really try to make sure it reflected accurately what the committee discussed. And I think the long and short of it is that, and I do think they did a good job, the committee, in the sense of focusing on three areas, and that is productivity, progress, and quality. And what the committee ended up doing, as you'll see, it is a little complicated, is they give heavier weight to progress, because progress is it's improvement in number of degrees produced within an institution, whereas the productivity measure is driven just by absolute number of degrees, okay? So there was more weight given to, you got incentive for producing graduates, but there was higher incentive for increasing and improving the number of sections. So I think that was a good posture taken. And then the quality issue is one that I think the commissioner has spoken to over and over, that is a critical area for us to get to, is not just producing graduates, but are we producing graduates that are contributing to those areas of the workforce we need, and they're qualified when they come out. And so there was talks about using potentially the GRE as a measure for some of those. But again, that gets very, if it gets tossed back to the coordinating board, then that's going to be, to me, the major challenge for us, is determining how do we measure quality. Because UT's using CLA, and it's just a number of those instruments being used. So I do think that part of the work was good, and how it broke down and looked at those three areas. So, but I think if you read through it, it'll take you a while to do it and to follow it. But when you read through it, I think that the rationale is clearly in there.
So it's informed and driven by more than closing the gaps, by a broader view. I'm curious about the task force counting all awards at all levels rather than the critical risk.
I'll speak to that. Of course, when we made our recommendation, Lynn, that being the coordinating board, we focused just on critical fields and at risk.
Yeah.
And the reason we were doing that is we were doing formula funding recommendations simultaneously, and we were thinking, let's don't compensate twice. But the task force made a great point. They came back and they said, yeah, but formula funding didn't get picked up in 2009. So we ought to go back and at least give the institutions benefit for that in 2009. So.
And they also said just because you recommend it doesn't mean the legislature will do it.
Yeah.
Really? Thank you.
Well, I guess that is a good way to characterize it, that they took a much broader view of the overall closing the gap than the specific goals that we were wanting to incentivize because they were further behind.
We built our incentive funding recommendations on the platform of our formula funding recommendations, and the incentive funding task force determined that you couldn't assume that the first would occur.
Well, they have a point there. Are there any other questions regarding this report? The last agenda item is item 7F, a legislative update, and Laura Weber, our Director of External Relations, is going to give the board an update on relevant legislative actions, not irrelevant legislative actions.
Good afternoon. You have at your places the usual spreadsheet, one-pager on where the commissions and committees are for the legislature. I know you have piles of paper there. I probably should put on a different color of paper for you. But I'll run through some of these for you. You just heard about the task force on incentive funding concluding their hearings and issuing their final report. Another commission that's just getting started is the Select Commission on Higher Education and Global Competitiveness, better known as HCR 159. Chairman Ryder also serves on that commission, and I didn't know if you wanted to give them a little update on the 159 commission or.
Yeah, brief. We've met twice, and still did not have a chairman through the first two meetings. Mr. Shepard chaired the first, and I chaired the second one by default. And but it's my understanding that Mr. Woody Hunt has been named as the chairman. I think Woody will do a great job. He really understands higher education issues. Formerly served on the UT Board of Regents, has a real passion for higher ed. Next meeting has been scheduled for the end of August. The task force has been asked to each provide what I'd call a white paper suggestions within the scope of the legislature as to what each individual member thinks we should be focusing on as it relates to HCR 159, and that is long-term strategic planning for higher ed. We're in the process of putting that together right now, that being Bob, myself, and the commissioner. And really, the only work that's been done so far has really been more briefing work to get all the members on the commission up to the same level as to where we are in higher ed right now. And I will also just note that I think it's been a joint effort, but Linda Battles and a whole group have put together it's a great notebook. I'd call it Higher Ed 101. It's a great primer that will help get all the commission members on the same page. It talks about formula funding, talks about financial aid, it talks about community colleges, governance issues, and that's going to be distributed here, we hope, in the next couple of weeks.
And we're going to have a copy for all the board members.
Yeah, it's a great resource. It really is. Anything else, Commissioner?
No, I think that's it.
Hearings, since the last time we reviewed our status, the House Public Education Committee met on July 16th regarding public and higher education data resources, and Susan Brown testified and answered a lot of questions regarding data in the education research centers. The Senate Subcommittee on Higher Education and the Senate Finance Subcommittee on Higher Education held a joint hearing just yesterday. That was why the commissioner was out for some time. He and Deputy Commissioner Gardner testified on research funding, and then Commissioner Paredes testified on the criteria for establishing national research universities. I understand that testimony was well received and wondered if you wanted to make some comments regarding that.
Well, I was only there for my presentation, after which I left, but I understand that after my presentation, where I simply described some criteria that the legislature could use in deliberating over how we select national research universities, how they might be funded, what kinds of metrics would be used, and how much it would cost. And we put together data from several sources, the criteria for admission into the Association of American Universities. We took a look at an academic center at the University of Florida that ranks universities. They had criteria that were very similar, and we indicated how our 7 emerging research universities compared to a comparison group of AAU institutions, but not the most prominent. We picked the University of Nebraska, the University of Arizona, the University of Kansas, and the University of Missouri. We wanted to identify what criteria or what characteristics the certain public research universities had that seemed to be within the reach of our emerging research universities, and those criteria were, I think, well received. President Daniel from the University of Texas, Dallas, I developed some criteria, and I incorporated those into my remarks. And after my presentation, after I left, there were presentations by President Powers of UT Austin, President Morano. They talked about the need to create more research universities, and then the presidents of the currently classified emerging research universities also spoke about the issue. If President Daniel was there, and he might be able to, if you want more information, give you more detail than I just did.
I don't have anything to add.
Is there any way we could get a copy? Did you have written testimony or
something? I had the slides.
Yes, we had sent you the board an outline of the testimony as it was emerging, because it was literally completed yesterday morning. So the slide presentation will be coming to you shortly. We have hearings coming up in August. Again, the Select Committee on Public School Accountability will be meeting August 4th in El Paso. Mr. Wingo, you may want to listen on that one. The Senate Subcommittee on Higher Education and the Senate Finance Subcommittee on Higher Education will have their next meeting August 20th, and their topic this time will be community and technical colleges. On August 28th, the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Public Health and on Border and International Affairs will hold another joint hearing on health care issues, and we've been asked to provide testimony on funding for health-related institutions. In September, the Senate Education Committee has set a hearing for September 15th, and the topic will be adult basic education. There's also several new work groups or advisory groups, and Susan can help me with this as well, that will meet for the first time in August or early September. All of these groups will be undertaking activities that directly affect legislative issues. They include the Higher Education Assistance Fund Advisory Committee. They're holding their organizational meeting on August 19th. That committee is comprised of 18 institutions that make recommendations to the Commissioner and to the Board regarding allocations of the fund. So that will be coming up. Senator Zaffarini had requested that we develop criteria for evaluating special items. You'll recall that we developed criteria for tuition revenue bonds a couple of sessions ago. She's asked for one on special items, and letters of invitation have gone out for a work group to work on that issue.
They haven't gone out yet.
They haven't gone out yet. They're going out.
They're going out. They're in the process. They've been drafted.
And hopefully, if everyone can get together, that first meeting will be August 26th. The Educational Research Center's Joint Advisory Board has been formed. That consists of 5 members selected by Commissioner Scott at TEA and 5 by the Commissioner of Higher Education. And they plan to hold their first meeting on September 3rd. And that concludes my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Laura. Are there any questions for Laura? As always, thorough and informative. That concludes the items under the Strategic Planning Committee, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. The next agenda item, it was noted, and I think I announced this before lunch, that we had scheduled executive session. There's no need for that, so we will go to agenda item Roman numeral 9, which is matters relating to the Committee on Academic Excellence and Research. Chairman Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our committee has met twice since the April board meeting. We met on June 11th, which was our regularly scheduled quarterly meeting, and then we met in a special meeting yesterday. And yesterday at our special meeting, we had a new member of our group. Is David in here? Yes. I thought you might introduce Mary. Couldn't do an official introduction.
Well, I'm pleased to thank Mary Smith for stepping up and filling in as interim assistant commissioner for academic affairs and research. She'll be doing this for approximately 2 months. Mary is a graduate of the University of Texas at Austin several times, has most recently a PhD in communications. I'd like to add, something we're very proud of, Mary, and some of the board members don't know, is since I've been at the coordinating board, Mary has received an associate degree, a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and a PhD.
Kind of a grand slam.
She's our pipeline.
And you know her best in her role in terms of working with university regents and community college trustees. She's sort of been my right-hand, let's get things done person for a while, and she's agreed to step in and work with the division until we find a new division head. She's already got things moving along, I think, quickly, and is working closely with Dr. Phillips in that regard, and I think that you'll see some changes in terms of organization, various things at her, under her leadership. So I'm very glad we had Mary available to step into this role.
I'm honored to be here, believe me. Thank you.
Well, and I echo those sentiments. Mary has stepped in very graciously and enthusiastically and hadn't missed a beat. So we're enjoying working together. At our meeting on June 11th, the committee discussed and voted on several preliminary authority requests and new degree program requests. We also discussed funding items that appeared on the Agency Operations Committee agenda yesterday, such as the Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Improvement Act for 0809, a report on medical and graduate medical education funds for fiscal year 09, and a request for authorization to issue a memorandum of understanding and request for proposals for various projects. We also heard from several staff regarding current activities and ongoing projects. Yesterday's meeting, which was a joint meeting with Participation and Success, we discussed and voted on amendments to Chapter 7 rules concerning degree granting colleges and universities other than Texas public institutions. And as the board knows, that will be an ongoing item as we try to work work that out. Before I go on to the next item, it's been pointed out to us that Dr. Cheryl Kappas, president of Hill College, is here. Welcome. And are you a new president? Oh, okay. Well, good. I'm glad to meet you. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, 9B, we're going to look at all of the items under 9B, or at least 1 through 9. It's the consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board regarding preliminary authority requests for the following institutions: Angelo State University, Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center, the University of Texas at Dallas, the University of Texas at El Paso, the University of Texas at Brownsville. And Mary, I believe you're going to summarize these requests for us, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. As you know, when the coordinating board approves a request for preliminary authority, it is not approving the program. It's really giving the institution approval to begin making plans to amass the resources needed to propose the indicated new program. The coordinating board will then consider the program itself once the program is developed and then submitted for formal consideration by the board. And that will be on the basis of program quality standards, commitment of resources and cost effectiveness, and state and regional need at the time of submission. The first institution is Angelo State University, which is seeking bachelor's level authority in social work in order to develop a program that would prepare social work practitioners for work in a variety of areas, including family and child welfare, criminal justice and corrections, and mental health. The second institution, Texas Tech University Health Science Center, is seeking doctoral level authority in rehabilitative sciences in order to develop a program that would prepare research-oriented faculty to support the research and teaching needs in the rehabilitation health professions, which include physical therapy and occupational therapy. The School of Allied Health recently established the Center for Rehabilitation Research, which will provide the research infrastructure to support this program. The third institution, the University of Texas at Dallas, is seeking doctoral level authority in 2 areas. The first area, and it is in order to develop a doctoral program geared towards practitioners who have teaching experience, is a doctoral level authority in mathematics and science education. Once developed, the program would prepare doctorally trained math and science educators who would then take leadership roles in curriculum development and in administration. The University of Texas at Dallas is also seeking doctoral level authority in mechanical engineering. That program is to develop what would emphasize micromechanical and nanomaterials engineering. Once developed, the program would complement the university's growing electrical engineering program. The fourth institution, the University of Texas at El Paso, is seeking doctoral level authority in 4 areas. The first area is doctoral level authority in communication in order to develop a program that would emphasize the role of communication and the media in shaping civil society and in influencing social change. The second area is doctoral level authority in nursing practice in order to develop a program that is geared for nurses with master's degrees. Once developed, the program would prepare nurses for more advanced roles in nursing specialties. According to the American Association of Colleges of Nurses, the Doctor of Nursing Practice is likely to become the entry-level credential for advanced nursing practice by the year 2015. The third area that UTEP is seeking doctoral level authority in is in biomedical engineering in order to develop a program that would focus on research, development, and the implementation of tools and processes to modify biological systems, including the design and manufacturing of medical devices. And the fourth area that UTEP is seeking doctoral level authority in is in an interdisciplinary area called Transnational Society, Culture, and Politics. Once developed, the program would emphasize the holistic study of issues that are related to globalization, such as free trade, migration and immigration, security, and cross-border flows of people and goods. Lastly, the University of Texas at Brownsville is seeking master's level authority in environmental science in order to develop a program that would prepare graduates to study the impact of growth and industry on natural ecosystems. The program would emphasize training in environmental planning and environmental problem solving.
Board members, do you have any questions? All right. Well, I've heard the recommendation that the preliminary authority be added to the table of programs for the specific programs of these institutions. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded.
I do have an observation.
Yes, Fred.
7 of 9 programs are doctoral programs.
Yes, sir. I can address that if you like. The coordinating board received a number of requests for preliminary authority back in January, 39 of which were from the University of Texas system institutions that were part of the regular 4-year review cycle.
Let me address it a little differently.
Sure.
Staff have the authority from the board to approve bachelor's and master's degrees. Those typically do not come to the board. So you will typically see only doctoral degrees coming before you here.
The total requests, then, what percentage were, well, however you want to express it?
Well, you can do that. Mary was about to address specifically the request from the University of Texas system, I believe.
Yes, sir, but I was really going to explain why there were so many doctoral programs on this particular agenda. So I can address that if you like.
Sure, go ahead.
The decision was made to split the 39 programs that came to the coordinating board in January between the April board meeting and this board meeting, and the baccalaureate programs, the master's programs, and the professional doctorate programs went to the board in April. And I do have that list of preliminary authority requests that were approved by the board in April. But because the research doctorates were put on the July agenda, it does look like it's heavily weighted towards doctoral level programs on this particular agenda. So if you're interested, I can provide to you the list of programs that were approved for preliminary authority back in April.
You will see come before you for preliminary authority, you will see bachelor's, master's, and PhD programs. For actual approval, you'll typically only see doctoral programs and first professional degrees. You'll notice you've never seen an associate degree come before you that the board gave the staff authority to approve all of those back in 2000. I mentioned that those are all things that should you choose, you wanted to see those, you could bring those back to the board.
But there's I don't want to take up more board time right now, but I think I can't speak for the rest of the board, I would be interested in sort of seeing the big picture over maybe the last 12 months in terms of the total number of degrees and how they break down to get a better feel for.
And we're going to do that. We're aware that we don't see this enough to keep it all in our mind, and so at our staff meeting, which I was graciously invited to, this was one of the things we discussed, is having a kind of a spreadsheet so that we can see everything that's in the system and how it's bumping along, so we have more of a feel of.
I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
I think you'll be interested in seeing that, because when you see a year's total together, it's a much larger body of work than you would imagine given what you see on your agenda.
Yeah. And I also asked them to bring in a proposal request. This is not necessarily about preliminary authority, but because we've never really seen what happens when they have to go through a huge request, and I'm informed that it's going to be an interesting dog and pony show. Boxes of stuff. Did we vote?
No, but I will call the question.
Okay, thank you. Question is called. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item 9C is the consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to requests for new degree programs. The committee reviewed these requests at the June 11th meeting, and we recommend approval on all the requests. First item, 9C1, is from Texas A&M University and Texas A&M University Corpus Christi for authority to jointly offer a Master of Science degree and a Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in marine biology. Mary, would you give us the background?
This joint degree program would be the first in Texas that would combine courses and faculty from 3 Texas A&M University System campuses: Texas A&M University at Galveston, Texas A&M in College Station, and Texas A&M University Corpus Christi. It would prepare students to conduct original research and scholarship in the area of marine biology. The proposed doctoral program also would expand the use of the Hart Endowment, which is a $40 million endowment to Texas A&M University Corpus Christi for marine and coastal research.
I think we're seeing the future here before us as we hear a little bit about the strategic planning for the whole state for the long term. I believe we'll be seeing more and more of these. It's very exciting. Members, you heard the recommendation. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. The next request is item 9C2 from the University of Texas at Dallas for authority to offer a Bachelor of Science degree and a Master of Science degree with a major in mechanical engineering. Mary, did you have this part of this?
No.
Yeah, okay.
The board will recall that we just covered the institution's doctoral level preliminary authority request for mechanical engineering at the doctoral level. These programs are bachelor's and master's programs, and they would emphasize, again, micro-electromechanics. There is a regional demand for mechanical engineers from area defense and systems integration companies that are facing a 50% retirement replacement rate by 2020. And again, the program would complement the institution's already designed electrical engineering program.
Any questions? Comments? Do I have a motion? Move to approve. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item 9C3 is from the University of Texas at El Paso for authority to offer a Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in Teaching, Learning, and Culture. Mary?
This program would emphasize educational issues within the setting of the Texas-Mexico border through research that would focus on communication, culture, and cognition in teaching and learning. It would prepare students to conduct original research and education, and it would also prepare them for careers in K-12 education, academia, and government.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item 9C4 is also from the University of Texas at El Paso for authority to offer a Master of Science degree and a Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in computational science. Mary?
This program would be interdisciplinary in nature, and it would focus upon the institution's existing PhD programs in the biological sciences, chemistry, the geological sciences, computer sciences, and various engineering fields. It would use mathematics and computer modeling to examine sophisticated problems in various discipline areas, including engineering, the biological sciences, and homeland security.
Questions or comments? Do I have a motion? So moved. Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item 9C5 is from the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio for authority to offer a Doctor of Physical Therapy degree with a major in physical therapy. Mary?
This program would replace the Health Science Center's Masters of Physical Therapy for entry into clinical practice. More than 90% of the country's physical therapy programs have now transitioned from the Master of Physical Therapy to the Doctorate in Physical Therapy. This would be the 6th public Texas physical therapy program to transition to the clinical doctorate.
Members, questions or comments? Do we have a motion? Mr. Wingo?
Second.
Mr. Hinton, thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item 9C6 is from the University of Houston for authority to offer a Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in Pharmacy Administration. Mary?
This program would be the 2nd pharmacy administration program in Texas, and it would complement the university's other graduate-level programs in the College of Pharmacy. Graduates of the program would work as researchers in pharmaceutical and technological industries.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item D9 is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the committee relating to a request from Texas A&M University to deliver its existing Doctor of Education degree with a major in curriculum and instruction via online education. The committee reviewed this request on June 11th, and we recommend approval. Mary?
Texas A&M University currently offers the Doctor of Education degree in curriculum and instruction at its main campus in College Station. The institution is now proposing to offer the Doctor of Education degree via the Internet. The program would focus on mid-career professionals who are employed full-time by local school districts. The program would be delivered online with a brief annual residency requirement. The Coordinating Board's Distance Education Advisory Committee has reviewed the proposal and does recommend approval.
Thank you. Mary?
I have a question. How many doctoral degrees in Texas are offered via online education? Is this kind of a first, or?
Dr. Davis around here? Vanessa? Yes, please. No, I just wanted to know if you were hanging around.
I'm at your beck and call. No, this is not a first. We have a number of doctoral programs that are delivered via online education. It's still not something that is extremely commonplace, but it's not out of the ordinary. I was about to try to pull up the numbers because I had looked at that the other day. I think right now we probably are running around less than a dozen, but there's still quite a few, and they tend to be delivered either through a hybrid method, which is some face-to-face, some online. Some are delivered entirely online. The Texas A&M one will be online, entirely online, although students will be asked to come in for 1 to 2 weeks each summer to develop a cohort community. And then some are developed at a distance, face-to-face at a distance at a regional service center.
It's interesting if we look at alternative forms of delivery and course redesign that this is a unique approach, and it'd be interesting to see how well this goes.
It's we have several of the EDDs. EDDs, educational administration, tends to be one of those areas where there's online delivery. DPNs tend to be one of those areas where there's some online delivery. And then Texas Tech, I believe, has, in cooperation with Texas A&M, agricultural education that is delivered online.
So you could be an online Aggie.
A red raider. You'll always be good. Oh, this one is.
Yeah.
It's all about manifest destiny.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd really like to see us at some point, and I guess this ties back into Fred's recommendation. I was looking at all the doctoral recommendations. I'd really like to have some kind of briefing on, distance learning, online, to really, because I do think as we start talking about adult basic education and those kind of issues, it's going to have to be through alternative delivery. And so I'd just like to learn more about it, because I don't feel like I understand it completely, because I know there's different models around the state. So.
Well, and it used to not have the prestige that I think it now deserves as well. I think there's been a real shift in how people perceive online education.
I know it's being used very successful in educator certification right now, courses. No doubt Lamar, they've got one going on right now.
Yes, they do.
But anyway, if we could do that, I'd love to learn a little bit more about it.
We're planning to do that. Are we going to do it at a board meeting or at a committee meeting?
I don't think that that's been determined yet. I believe that's going to be your call, Dr. Phillips.
Well, we're planning to have a distance education workshops to get us all up to speed, us old dinosaurs.
Can we join via the internet? I'm just kidding.
Oh. Yes, you may.
Thank you.
I just made an executive decision that you might do that. Case-by-case basis.
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item 9G is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to amendments to Chapter 7
concerning degree-granting colleges and universities other than Texas public institutions. You have a supplementary agenda in front of you, and the committee met yesterday, and we recommend approval. Mary, can you say a little about all this?
As you are aware, the board has been working on revisions to Chapter 7 rules since January of this year. The rules the board saw in April were amended based on comments received after the January meeting. Some of the suggested changes were considered by the staff to be substantive. Those suggested changes have been made, and that is what you have before you today. The revised Chapter 7 rules were posted for comment on June the 20th. 3 comments were received as described in the supplemental materials and as Dr. Susan Hexler covered for you yesterday. None of these comments refer to the proposed changes to the rules. Rather, they refer to sections of the rules that already had been adopted. Staff will continue to refine Chapter 7 as more individuals become familiar with them and call us with questions and clarifications. We do expect to bring changes suggested by staff and others to the October 23rd board meeting. Board staff does recommend adopting the rules as you see today without changes as they were posted in the Texas Register.
Thanks, Mary. Do I have a motion? So moved. Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 9H is on the consent calendar. Item 9I is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the recognition of accrediting agencies in Texas. These are the Accrediting Bureau of Health Education Schools, Accrediting Commission of Career Schools and Colleges of Technology, Accrediting Council for Independent Colleges and Schools, Council on Occupational Education, and Distance Education and Training Council. The committee heard from these representatives, from almost all of them, I think 4 out of the 5, on June 11th, and we recommend approval. Mary?
In January 2008, you will recall that the board approved a process for allowing national accrediting agencies to apply for state recognition. The process was implemented, and 5 accrediting bodies applied. Staff reviewed the materials sent by the 5 that Dr. Phillips just referenced, along with supplemental material requested by the staff. Representatives from the agencies attended the Academic Excellence and Research Committee meeting in June and did address the committee. The committee voted to recommend to the commissioner that the 5 agencies be recognized by the state of Texas. Approval will add these 5 to the 6 regional accrediting agencies and the 2 national faith-based accrediting agencies that the board already recognizes.
And this was a very interesting experience, I thought, meeting these different accrediting agencies, and they were very impressive, and they have so many of the same goals that we do, and I think it's going to work out very well to make this easier to do in Texas. Move to approve. Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Motion carries. Dr. Pappas, 9J is on the consent calendar. Do you have anything you want to add to our consent? Okay. Thank you. I'm going to take it and run. Next, item 9K is a summary of compliance notification resulting from institutional effectiveness evaluations of associate degree granting institutions. Mary, did you want to say anything about this?
Not a lot. Honestly, this item routinely appears on each board meeting agenda. It's a list of the public, community, and technical colleges that have successfully completed the institutional effectiveness evaluation process since the last board meeting. They are listed there in your reference materials. I'd be happy to list them for you, but I think in the interest of time, it's probably not necessary.
Okay. But before Mr. Helvenfels can ask the question, I'm going to say that the staff has been looking at this and seeing how it relates to the accountability system and looking for efficiencies. Item 9L is recognition of Alamo Community College District's Northeast Lakeview College as a candidate for accreditation from the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools. Mary, did you want to discuss this?
Just very briefly, I just wanted to let you know that Northeast Lakeview College has recently become a candidate for regional accreditation as a standalone community college within the Alamo Community College District in San Antonio. The new campus is to open its doors this fall, 2008. The item is in recognition of the new community college, and no board action is required.
Any comments? Item 9M is a report on the program and facilities decisions made by the commissioner or assistant commissioner since the previous board meeting. Any comments on that report? Mr. Chairman, that concludes the business of the AER committee.
Mr. Phillips. The next agenda item is matters relating to the Committee on Agency Operations, and Chairman Joe Hinton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to all the guests that are still with us. The Committee on Agency Operations met yesterday, all afternoon yesterday. I would like to start this report with some comments about the results of that meeting. I feel confident, and this is not my usual form of feeling comfortable about much of anything, but I feel comfortable that I can report that we have seen tremendous improvement in the LAR and operating budget development process. And I would like to commend those that worked on that project for their efforts, because they were truly outstanding and far exceeded my expectations, to be honest.
You can exceed Joe's expectations. Well, that's better than a
Okay.
shooting a rattlesnake. Yeah.
Board members have discussed our priorities and have provided general direction to the staff as to where we wanted to go. I feel strongly that the early discussions with the board allowed the staff to provide the first draft of the LAR and operating budget that was in line with our priorities. I would also like to acknowledge our staff for the outstanding job they've done in laying out the documents that were sent to us early for our review. That certainly made our job a lot easier and allowed for discussion on a strategic level rather than the near term. This certainly made our job more delightful when we had our special meeting on the 11th. And there was one other point that I felt good about, and that was that we put this LAR and our operations budget together from the ground up, one brick at a time. That was also a vast improvement in my experience, and I thank you very much for that. At yesterday's meeting, the committee received reports from Arturo and his staff on a variety of issues related to operations of the agency. I will go through those briefly because you've all heard these before in our marathon meeting yesterday. We were briefed on progress related to the Helms implementation and on the data center consolidation from Darla and Dan. The committee also received an update on the status of the management control audit findings and the follow-up status of the audit staff vacancy, a report on the HUB initiative, and a report on the implementation of the enterprise risk management implementation. Now, this little brief commentary really concludes the report because you all went through it one piece at a time yesterday. But as you know, we spent several hours on it discussing how we might make this more efficient after our meeting was over. In addition to our AOC call meeting on July the 11th to consider the proposed agency budget and legislative appropriations request, we have also given discussions or had discussions that we had on these items so far, and the fact that the AOC has recommended adoption of all of those. I would propose that I give a synopsis of each item, that we vote on that item without the need for additional staff preparation. Of course, should any member wish to have a presentation, hopefully not, I can't imagine what questions you could ask that haven't already been answered. But so what I would like to do is to ask that we move forward, if it's acceptable to the members of the board here, and we can get started with dealing with the 9 issues that we have to vote on. And we should move through those rather promptly. The first is item 10B, in consideration of the coordinating board's budget for fiscal year 09, which begins on September the 1st of this year, 08. The committee has recommended adoption. And do I have a motion to approve? Moved by Elaine. A second?
Second.
Seconded by Fred. Motion carried.
I want my vote.
You want your vote? Okay, I'm sorry. You get your vote.
Excuse me, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. Elaine said she wanted to go over each line item.
I promise, I swear, no way. No, it wasn't me.
Elaine can do that, but I won't be present. And she's good at doing it. I call it nitpicking.
You're the king of nitpicking.
Well, it's the end of the day. You've got to have a little humor in some of this stuff. Yeah, so we'll have to take a vote. And do I have a motion?
You have a motion.
You have a motion and a
And
second.
we have a second. Okay. And all approved.
Aye.
Okay, motion approved. Now, let's see if I'm still on the right page. Okay, our next item is 10C. Is consideration of adapting the committee's recommendation to the board regarding the CB's legislative appropriations request for the period 2010 and 11. Do I have a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by, who made the first move? Okay, by Lori, second by Bob. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Can I just
sir.
make one point, and again, for the limited number of people in the audience, just because we did spend the time on it, is that we did put a lot of emphasis on the financial aid. And if you look at our exceptional items, which are enumerated there, the recommendations we made for Texas Grant would, I think, cover the bottom two quintiles that we were discussing this morning.
The Texas Grant would cover the bottom three quintiles.
We moved it to 65.
And then TEOG would just basically increase from covering 44% of the young people to 33%. So I think that's all going to still be the lower two quintiles because that's what it's been covering.
That would be an eightfold increase in the TEOG coverage.
So I just want to note that for the remaining people who are still here, are really commitment of this board to hopefully send a clear message. We think that's extremely important if that wasn't evidently clear this morning in our conversation. So, thank you.
That's good, Whit. Thanks. Next item is concerning 10B. The committee voted yesterday to recommend adoption of the report on audits of the agency's financial statements for fiscal year 07 by the firm of KPMG LLP. It is before you at this time, and I also would like to give Susan Warren and her people a lot of credit, and as well as our staff, for doing an outstanding job promptly on preparing that report. It was a very good report for those of you that are guests here today. Do I have a motion to accept the full year 07 audit report from KPMG?
So moved.
Okay, moved by Lynn and seconded by Fred. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Okay. Next item is 10E, in consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board regarding the Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Improvement Act Fund to colleges and consortia for basic grant, tech prep, and leadership activities program for the years 2008 and 2009. So do I have a motion?
I move approval.
Second.
Okay. Seconded by Bob. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item is 10F. Consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board regarding the distribution of funds trusteed to support medical and graduate medical education for fiscal year 08 and report to trusteed funds to be distributed for fiscal year 09. Do I have a motion to adopt?
To approve? Second.
Okay. Who moved? Oh, Elaine, and seconded by Lori. Okay.
I was being picky.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. We're now on item 10G regarding consideration of requests for qualifications, requests for proposals, or similar requests for the purchase of services. The committee recommends adoption. These requests include using College Access Challenge Grant funds with estimated awards that may exceed $100,000 for the following projects. The first is College Connection 2+2. The second is Community Partnership for Counselors. And the third is Evaluation of all CACG projects. Do I have a motion to adopt the committee's recommendation? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. The next request is for planning, development, and production of promotional material for college readiness standards. Simple and straightforward. Do I have a motion to adopt?
So moved.
What item is that, Joe?
That would be item
Yeah, G2.
G2, okay.
I move we approve it.
Okay, a motion by Lynn, second by Fred. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the last request is for a local vertical alignment pilot project.
We don't have that one.
That is G3. That was added as a supplemental agenda item.
Oh, it's that tan sheet?
The 10 has been handed out.
For the people in the audience, all the detail is in this big book. Believe me, it's there. But you don't want to hear it at this time of day. Okay.
Pick any time of day. Is that how you're in your meetings when you're in the oil business?
I am so kind here, you can't believe it. No time for foolishness. Okay. Now then, back to the business.
You had meetings. I thought you just made decisions and said do it.
Sometimes I let them think they had an influence. Not often, though. Okay, now where am I? Last request is on this local vertical alignment plot.
That's it.
I call it plot project. Okay, now let's go back. We have a motion.
Oh, here it is.
That's a supplemental material. Yes.
Second.
Okay, second by Fred. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good. Now, this concludes the matters relating to the Agency Operations Committee. I thank you very much, and with any kind of luck, we'll be on Interstate 35 North before 3 o'clock.
You'll be out there say north in 5 minutes.
What?
Well, yes, that, is there any further business or discussion to come before the board?
Lynn? Yes, Madam Acting Chair, in the, with your consent and with the board's consent, I'd like to make a comment that I wanted to make during the strategic planning part of our meeting. That's all right. Okay. I think following Whit's great lead in taking this chance to look midway at the second half of closing the gaps, that it would be a good thing for us to take it on as a challenge from our previous commissioners who did that great thing of developing this fabulous plan, closing the gaps, to look at this real carefully right now and forward comments to David so that when we talk about it in the fall, we will have looked at it and already provided our comments, and we can really have a working document to go forward on. I think we have a real opportunity here to really let's see, what are the words we use? Drill down, and make and take the document to the next level. So I think, I don't know if David's still around, but I guess we could individually forward our comments to him on the strategies that he, he said to forward him strategies and something like that. Yeah, all right, good.
Is that something, Madam Chair, that you would entertain as looking at it at PNS?
Oh, absolutely. And that was going to be at the fall meeting, David said.
Very good.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn?
I made the move.
Second.
All in favor? All right.
Motion carries. Can we go shoot snakes now?
Yeah. This 2 days has been two of our better days.
Well, you've been smiling all right.